Oh, there's Counselor.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Reconvene Vancouver City Council meeting of Tuesday, July 21st, 2026. This meeting is being held in person and by electronic means. Council members and the public may participate by either method. Any members joining electronically are reminded to enable their video to confirm quorum. The meeting is being live streamed on the city's website and YouTube. Meeting progress will be updated on X and Threads at Van City Clerk. So due to new posting limits, updates will only cover essential items such as vote results. Speakers are encouraged to monitor the live stream to track the meeting progress, but please note that it is slightly delayed. Call in or arrive soon after receiving your reminder email so you're ready when your name is called. In case of an emergency requiring evacuation, there are 2 exits located beyond the glass doors and to the left. If the glass doors are blocked, please use one of the 4 additional exits within the chamber. Do not use the elevator. Use the stairs instead. If you require assistance, remain where you are and security staff will guide you to a safe location. A defibrillator is available at the end of the hallway outside the chamber. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having cared for the land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I'll also recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver's team members who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, may we please have the roll call?
Acting Mayor Klassen in the chair. Mayor Sim is on a leave of absence for personal reasons all day. Counselor Kirby Young.
Present.
Counselor Dominato.
Present.
Counselor Bly is on a leave of absence for personal reasons from 1 to 2 p.m. Counselor Fry. Counselor Montague.
Present.
Counselor Meisner. Counselor Joe.
Present.
Counselor Orr. Counselor Maloney. And Counselor Meisner. This meeting has quorum. Acting Mayor Klassen.
Thanks very much. The plan for today. On July 14th, 2026, Council approved in the in-camera meeting motion, adoption of minutes, communications 1 and 2, reports 1, 2, 6, 8, 10, 14 to 17, 21 to 24, 28, referral reports 1 to 5, bylaws 1 to 36, administrative motion 1, and new business 1, leave of absence requests, and report 9 was withdrawn. On July 16th, Council completed Report 3, Bylaw 37, and an item of urgent business. At this meeting, we'll begin with Report 4 and then deal with the remainder of the agenda. The meeting will adjourn at 5 p.m. as we have a public hearing at 6 p.m. So, report 4, updating development contributions, a new framework for financing growth, 2027 to 2036. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? This item has a presentation. We have team members here present to present this item.
Morning, Council. My name is Chris Cliven. I'm a Senior Planner, Citywide and Regional Planning. Can I ask that the presentation be brought on the screen, please? Okay, great. We're here today to present the 2027 to 2036 Financing Growth Update. This update responds to provincial legislative changes. It addresses infrastructure and amenity needs in the city and challenging development market conditions. This update recognizes that development contributions are a critical funding source for delivering infrastructure and amenities that support growth. The proposed new framework that we're presenting today increases predictability through greater reliance on bylaw-based charges and less reliance on negotiated contributions. Today's report represents the culmination of a year-long process aligned with the 2027 to 2030 capital plan. Supporting this work today is a group of staff from a variety of different departments who are here today to answer questions if you so have them. We also have 2 consultants online, one Hemson Consulting, who helped support this project, as well as Blair Erb from Coriolis Consulting. Okay, so just at a high level, some of the key takeaways. This is a comprehensive update to the city's financing growth framework over a 10-year period out to 2036. We'll be introducing a new amenity cost charge, or an ACC, tool that will fund community amenities going forward. And those are amenities currently not funded through the DCL, the Development Cost Levy. The framework significantly simplifies development contributions and reduces the reliance on CACs and density bonusing. Finally, staff are also proposing expanded incentives and waivers to support rental and affordable housing. So the agenda for the presentation, first off, we'll review the growth forecast and the proposed capital programs that support this growth from development. We'll present proposed DCL and ACC rates, along with some key policy changes. And we'll summarize the economic testing work, the stakeholder feedback that was done, and as well as some of the in-stream protections that are integrated into the recommendations. And finally, we'll conclude with some implementation timing and some financial impacts. The current context and guiding directions. This update reflects current market conditions and the need to support development viability. New provincial legislation requires significant changes to development financing tools, and the city must continue to fund core municipal infrastructure and community facilities needed for growth. Our guiding principles are to balance transparency, predictability, and protection for in-stream projects. We just want to highlight on one slide what we've accomplished through development contributions over the past decade. This shows where infrastructure and amenities have been delivered using development contributions in the city and where they've been delivered. And you'll see across these 6 asset categories, we've delivered what amounts to about 3,200 social housing units, 650 childcare spaces, 40 individual park, cultural, and community facility capital projects, over 43 kilometers of transportation upgrades, and 14 kilometers of utility upgrades. Just an overview of the tools. DCLs and ACCs are standard charges based on a bylaw applied on most development across the city. DCLs fund growth-related infrastructure like utilities, transportation, parks, housing, and childcare. ACC's brand new tool being brought in to fund community amenities not funded through DCL. So that includes recreation centers, community centers, libraries, public spaces, arts, culture, and public art. CAC's inclusionary zoning and density bonusing continue to have more targeted applications. Updates to inclusionary zoning and density bonusing was brought to council in June, and they were made effective in June 30th. So we're showing it here, but those two tools were updated earlier this month to comply with some legislative requirements. Okay, so how the DCL and ACC update process works. The process begins with a long-range development forecast. So it's a 10-year forecast of development anticipated. Staff then identified growth-related capital needs and allocated those costs between growth shares and non-growth shares. Rates were then determined and calculated using provincial requirements and municipal funding assumptions. And then the proposed rates are then tested for economic ability to pay. They're consulted on with the public and industry stakeholders and brought forward to council for approval. As I mentioned, we did a development forecast over 10 years, and Vancouver is expected to see about 44 million square feet of new residential growth and about 11 million square feet of commercial growth or employment growth. Most of the new residential flurry expected is anticipated to be rental housing, and this forecast that's shown here forms the basis of both the ACC and the DCL updates. And these growth assumptions align with many of the community plans council's approved, some of the citywide planning objectives we have, and expected development trends in the city over the next decade. Okay, so moving over to the proposed DCL program. Again, this is a 10-year program. We anticipate about $5.8 billion worth of growth-related capital programs across the 6 service categories shown here. We've integrated the 4-year capital plan directions into this program and also adjusted them to be 10-year programs. Costs are allocated between growth and non-growth beneficiaries and adjusted for other funding sources. The resulting net share on the far right of the table you see here is what the responsibility of the DCL is to fund, and that's $1.8 billion anticipated to be over a 10-year period. And utilities, transportation, and parks comprise the largest portions of this DCL program. Just getting into some of the highlights of the program. Utilities DCL is its own bylaw, and it funds sewer drainage, water, and green infrastructure improvements. And again, these are contained within a distinct bylaw called the Utilities Bylaw. There's also the citywide DCL bylaw, and that's made up of 5 eligible categories. And you'll see underneath each picture, there's a percent allocation. So that's the percent of revenue anticipated to be collected, allocated to each of these categories over a 10-year period. Transportation funding is assuming the largest allocation, and that supports directions in the capital plan and in this 10-year program, supporting road upgrades, sidewalks, active transportation projects, and signals. Parks then makes up the second largest allocation, and that supports acquisitions of land, park renewals, playgrounds, and other amenities. And then there's smaller shares of funding for fire, hull infrastructure, housing, and childcare. Moving over to the ACC capital program. This program is anticipated to support about $2 billion worth of growth-related amenity investments over the 10-year period. After accounting for other funding sources and non-growth shares, the net contribution expected to be collected from ACCs is $483 million. Community and recreation facilities represent the largest funding category. And again, the ACC is a dedicated growth funding source for amenities not eligible under DCLs. Just looking at a bit more on some of the highlights of these ACC programs. There's 4 different categories of investments with allocation percentages, again, shown under each photograph. Community and recreation investments, which make up the largest allocation of ACC revenue, includes new and expanded community centers, pools, and rinks. Tied, I guess, in second place is arts, culture, social facilities, and public art, along with public space investments, which includes plazas, washrooms, street furnishing improvements. And then finally, library investments will be branch expansions, renewals, and some improvements at the central library. Okay, so moving over to proposed rates. So these are the DCL rates. Shown here are the recommended rates. We're actually maintaining the rates that in December 2025, Council supported some development viability initiatives by decreasing DCLs by 20%. What we're recommending here is maintaining those reduced rates. We're also recommending extending waivers, rental waivers, so that's discounts on the citywide DCL, provided there's affordable housing provided in rental developments. We're also recommending area-specific charges, including the removal of the False Creek Flats DCL and making some expansions to DCL coverage in some of areas formerly exempt from DCLs. And finally, we're also recommending some inflationary adjustments to the DCL rates. So over the next couple of years, they'll be increased based on inflationary measures to maintain predictability for the development industry and to maintain purchasing power for the city for the capital delivery. Similarly, the ACC rates, here's the proposed ACC rates. Again, we're introducing a new citywide ACC, and it would have same rate categories as DCL, so varying rate categories across different development types. The highest residential rate shown here is $10 per square foot, and that's for residential over 1.5 FSR. Based on some feedback we've received from the stakeholder engagement, we are going to phase in that rate. We're recommending phasing it in over 2 years. So the first year, the rate would be $5, and then it would be, in year 2, it would be brought back up to $10 per square foot. All the other rate categories are not phased in. They'll just come in at the rates shown above. We're also recommending extending the same rental waiver program that's eligible under DCLs to be extended across ACCs. And similarly to DCLs, we also have recommended inflationary adjustments that would be pre-approved out to 2029, so covered over the next couple of years to provide certainty, both for the industry and to the city for spending power. Some more updates on the ACC framework. Again, we're proposing a citywide ACC boundary, which means there's one rate by rate category across the city, and there's limited exemptions for specific ODP or official development plan areas. The framework mirrors the DCL in many ways, the rate categories, the waivers, and the exemptions. So think of it really as a DCL 2.0. There's significant rate protection that we're required to adhere to as part of the ACC that's built into the Vancouver Charter. So any projects that are in stream, whether it be a rezoning, development permit, or building permit, are protected against the initial ACC bylaw. And then any projects that have existing CAC commitments that have not yet reached payment of DCLs or TCLs would generally receive credits against those CAC contributions. Okay, over to the preset inflationary increase, just one slide on this. We're recommending a 3% annual inflationary adjustment between 2027 to 2029. That would apply to both DCLs and ACCs. 3% was used. It's a conservative adjustment based on the last 5 years of tracking by the city of both a blend of land and construction cost inflation. These pre-approved increases provide transparency and improve long-term planning certainty. And this predictable approach helps avoid large rate adjustments for the development industry in subsequent updates. Despite these inflationary adjustments, Council would always maintain the discretion to approve different inflationary adjustments if needed. Moving over to some other policy amendments, CACs, and other policy amendments, staff propose expanding more exemptions for CACs. So limiting the use of CACs on non-residential projects, so commercial, industrial, institutional projects, on many rental projects, and also lower density strata developments. Those types of rezonings would be exempt under CACs. And again, the CAC would then be really focused on larger, more complex rezonings. Secondly, the public art levy, because it's funded now through the ACC effective September 30th, would no longer apply to new rezoning applications. That would be after September 30th, 2026. And after that point, ACCs would then become the primary funding tool for public art, as well as community amenities. This is really the first step in exempting and removing more CAC usage across the city. There will be more reductions coming forward in future years, particularly as we introduce more city-initiated zoning. There'll be, of course, no need to rezone and no need to use CACs. This slide is really just a reminder to Council in June that they approved some changes to density bonusing and inclusionary zoning. What we did respond to, there was a provincial legislative requirement to make these changes for June 30th, 2026. And what we've done is removed most of the use of density bonusing across the city, getting ready for the ACC implementation. We also, in some of those areas where we removed density bonusing, we did introduce inclusionary zoning in a few zones where it was found appropriate. Overall, these changes have resulted in lower contributions compared to the previous framework. Okay, some other updates. This is really about report backs to council as part of this update. Excuse me. Staff will continue looking at opportunities to reduce the use of CACs, and we'll be reporting back on that. The Sustainable Large Sites Policy Planning is going to be doing some work on that policy, and we will be reporting back on that policy and the requirements under that policy. The False Creek North is an area exempt from DCLs and ACCs, and we will be reporting back to council on whether to continue those exemptions going forward. And then finally, there is a federal funding program called the Build Community Strong Funding Program that's related to reductions in development contributions. There's very limited implementation details on that program. So we will, once those details become more announced and understood by the municipalities, we will be reporting back on any further adjustments to rates based on that program criteria. Okay, so just to summarize the tools and changes we've made to date, we really are implementing significant reductions, eliminations, exemptions, and simplifications across multiple tools, while also introducing the ACC. The DCL rates and rental waivers will be maintained. The ACCs will be introduced, and they'll become a primary funding tool for amenities, including public art. Density bonus charges and the public art levy will be eliminated for public art effective September 30th. While more projects will become exempt from CACs. Now, moving over to economic testing, staff through its consultant, Coriolis Consulting, tested over 60 development scenarios representing a range of project types and locations across the city. The analysis compared current framework against the proposed system. Testing assessed impacts on project profitability and feasibility, and the results helped ensure the proposed framework balances funding needs and development viability. So the results of the testing, Coriolis's results are generally positive or neutral for some types of developments. So that would be multiplex, commercial developments, and other types of employment projects. Rental projects have varying impacts, and it really depends on whether a project elects to take the rental waiver or not. Strata projects are showing mixed outcomes, but often benefit from reduced CAC and public art charges, which we're proposing. And really, when you look at holistically all the impacts across the different types of development, the majority of the project types are seeing reduced cumulative development contribution obligations. In-stream rate protection, we are very cognizant that anytime we introduce a new rate like the ACC, we have to be very aware of impacts it could have of projects in-stream. The ACC is proposed to take effect September 30th of 2026, and again, it only applied to new applications submitted after that date. Applications in stream before that date would generally not be subject to the initial ACC. Any existing approved CAC and existing approved public art obligations would continue to apply going forward, even after September 30th. It's really just new projects after September 30th would be subject to the ACC regime. And we really think these provisions provide certainty and fairness during this transition period. We thought we would present, as it is complex, there's a lot of changes between the old framework versus what we're proposing. And this compares old versus new. We're moving from multiple negotiated tools towards standard citywide charges. The ACCs are now replacing much of the role previously served by CACs, density bonusing, and the public art levy. Rental and affordable housing projects continue to benefit from waivers and exemptions. Overall, the framework's intended to be simpler, more transparent, and easier to administer. I thought we'd provide just a couple of examples just across standard project types, what the old versus the new framework could mean. Shown here is an example of a rental tower with a 20% below market rental component. This is a 150,000 square foot tower. The project would continue receiving DCL waivers and would then become eligible also for the ACC rental waiver. CACs would again be exempt, so they'd no longer apply for this type of project. And overall, when we look at this type of project, costs are estimated to decrease by about 17%. Looking at the 4-story strata residential rezoning in the Canby corridor. This is a 25,000 square foot project. This project would be subject to ACCs now. It would benefit from CACs being eliminated. We had a significant target rate CACs in the Canby corridor. And what we're seeing here is a total cumulative charges estimated to decline by 49%. And finally, looking at like a standard office development, this is a 150,000 square foot office development. This would transition from the use of CACs or commercial linkage targets on office rezonings and removing public art contributions and moving over to DCLs and ACCs. This would result in development charges being reduced by about 27%. Okay, financial implications. The 10-year program includes approximately $1.8 billion of DCL funding and $483 million ACC funding. This is anticipated based on development trends. The financial projections account for waivers, exemptions, rate protections, and legislative requirements. In-stream protections and rental waivers, because they're fairly significant, are expected to reduce anticipated revenues. Because of this, staff are recommending prioritizing future CAC allocations towards these ACC eligible amenities to cover that shortfall because of the mandated rate protection. Moving over to stakeholder engagement, consultation was coordinated with the capital plan engagement process. Industry stakeholders generally support a simpler and more predictable contribution framework. The industry did express continued concerns around development viability and the inclusionary zoning requirements citywide. Some of the feedback received from the industry resulted in the phase-in approach on that higher density residential, the residential over 1.5 FSR category being phased in over 2 years. And finally, just to finish the presentation, is some of the effective dates. The proposed effective date for all the major changes recommended today is September 30th, 2026. This includes the new ACC bylaw, the amended DCL bylaws, the CAC policy changes, and the public art policy amendments. The related administrative and fee bylaw amendments will also take effect on September 30th. Following council approval, staff will proceed with bylaw enactment and implementation. So with that, that concludes the presentation, and over to council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Council, you have 5 minutes to ask questions of team members, starting with Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Can I move for a second round off the bat, please?
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Thanks very much. Carry on.
Okay, thanks. The presetting of the 3% inflationary rate versus sort of a past practice of having an annual report come to council in action, can you speak to how council can affect changes on that? Will there be a report confirming that? What happens if inflation drops below 2%, for example? What happens if it goes significantly above? You talking?
Yeah, so, okay, thanks for the question. We are going to be, as part of the bylaw, we're asking council to pre-approve out to 2029 3% annual inflationary increases across the DCL and the ACC. Council may elect at any time to intervene with those automatic adjustments. Right now, there's no mechanism for staff to report back to council to give council that information to elect to pause or not.
So you're saying it would really, I want to stay on time, but you're saying it would really be up to any councillor of the day to take the initiative themselves and bring something forward? Otherwise, the rates are preset for years to come?
Yeah, it's only out to 2029. In 2030, in advance of the next capital plan, we'll be right back at this update. It'll be a comprehensive update, and we'll be resetting the rates based on an updated capital program.
Okay. In the economic analysis and testing that was done, what was the intersection with Metro Vancouver's sort of DCC policy and what that looks like? And I'll cite the example, I know it's in the past paradigm, but around East Fraser Lands in the community centre that I think is now a bit in the public realm around the contortions that we are putting ourselves through trying to deliver that project, because reputedly the addition of Metro DCCs is making the community centre delivery not viable as it was contemplated originally.
We've got Blair Erb on the line. He was the lead on doing the economic testing, so maybe he could comment on the Metro Vancouver and regional levies.
Hi, Councillor. Blair Erb here from Coriolis. The analysis that we completed uses the most recent proposed Metro Vancouver DCC rate increases. But I just wanted to mention that our testing didn't focus on viability. It focused on the impact of the changes that the City of Vancouver is proposing. So projects may or may not be viable.
So we could see
and so-
we could see individual situations where it compromised the ability to deliver some of those community amenities because of the layer of the Metro DCCs?
Yeah, I would say that the Metro DCC rate increases negatively impact the viability of development in Vancouver.
I would say so too. Okay, moving on to public art, and thank you for that response. With respects to, will ACC support public art? I know there's going to be a couple speakers on this. Should people be concerned that Vancouver is now moving away from public art? Is it now incumbent on us to look at opportunities for public art versus having a distinct and separate public art levy? Can you talk about the changes and why and what the public art future looks like?
Yeah, I'll start with a quick intro on this, and then I'll hand it over to Helen Ma, who's a director in ACCS. The new ACC tool is, it has prescriptive types of amenities that can be funded from the ACC. Arts and culture is one of the eligible amenities. One of the advantages of moving public art into the ACC is every square foot of development coming forward in the city going forward, whether it be a rezoning or existing zoning, will now make a contribution to the ACC capital program that includes public art. Currently, the way the public art system works is it only applies to rezonings over 100,000 square feet. So, and as you know, we're introducing more and more pre-zoning or city-initiated zoning into the city. There'll be less opportunities for public art going forward as we move to more city-initiated zoning. So, this really is a new framework. Just embracing what the province is.
Are we going to potentially end up with more or less public art in the city because of this shift?
I'll hand that over to Helen Ma.
Good morning, Chair and Council. My name is Helen Ma, Assistant Director for Arts and Culture. In response to your question, the change to the ACC framework is necessary because the public art levy is designed for rezoning-based system, and that revenue is going to drop. So we need to transition to a long-term sustainable funding source, and public art is eligible amenity in ACC. In terms of are we going to see more or less public art, the revenue from ACC portion to public art, it will fluctuate because it's market-driven. It represents a shift on the revenue stream. It also represents a shift in the delivery model as we get more cash from the ACC.
I'll let you finish that, but
yeah. Should I finish?
Okay, Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks. I had questions around public art as well, so I'm happy to have you continue to finish that response.
Okay, thank you. Happy to. As we shift from getting more cash from ACC instead of on-site in-kind public art, we might see less public art integrated into individual development. But the flip side of it is that now we can have more direction and discretion over civic commission. So we have the ability to direct public art commissioned by the city and integrated across communities.
Okay, so just to clarify, we won't necessarily see as much public art, say, on a specific development as we're seeing now in the past few years. It will be allocated towards larger pieces of public art that are citywide. Is that correct?
Yeah, like we can pool the funding and then we can have the direction on the scale of the public art we want to commission. I also would want to add that developer might still choose to deliver public art on a non-required basis. And we're maintaining the public art policy and the process in the oversight by the Public Art Committee should the developer choose to provide it on their own, so that there will still be some guidance and oversight.
Okay, but just going back to Councillor Kirby-Young's question, I wasn't quite clear. Obviously, we're going to have this new framework for the public art funding, but do staff anticipate that the pot of public art money overall will be larger under this new framework, or do you have any idea of how that's going to work out?
Yeah, really good question. We did think about this comparing, are we going to get more or are we going to get less? But I would point out that comparing the revenue from the levy versus revenue from the ACC is not a direct comparison because they're based on different system, and the rezoning trigger levy will decrease. So that's not really a true apples to apples comparison. What we did is do forward-looking projections. So we look at the next 10 years and the revenue that will come in from in-stream project that will still pay the levy, from projects that will still have CAC that might choose to provide public art, and from the ACC portion, we are confident that we're able to maintain the public art program in the next 10 years.
Okay, but we don't know if it's going to be higher or lower than what we currently receive.
We didn't do that analysis. Again, it's not a direct true comparison because the old system is no longer existing as we
Understand.
transition. Yeah.
Okay, okay, thanks for that. Other questions around ACCs? My question is around, I just want to clarify this again. Community and rec facilities, ACC funding can go towards new and expanded community centers, pools, and rinks, but not renovations to existing. Is that correct?
Yeah, so the through the charter, ACC and DCL charges have to be growth related. And growth related doesn't always, I mean, clearly anything that's brand new is 100% growth eligible, but there is an assessment that has to happen on each project. If there is a renewal of a project, that happens, and staff can justify that it is serving more growth, serving growth in the city going forward, like it's adding more service provision, more services that address growth in some way, then we can rationalize a growth component to even a renewal project.
Okay,
Something like maintenance would not be eligible. I don't think we could justify that as growth eligible, but certainly renewals are, we could justify a fairly significant proportion as growth related if there's a service enhancement being offered.
okay, so say if we have like, say the West End Community Center, for example, which there's obviously a bigger plan for that, but let's just use the building as an example. If we wanted to add, say, a new amenity there, that would be viewed as growth related and therefore could be funded through the ACC framework?
Correct.
Okay,
Yep.
okay, thanks for clarifying that. I had a question about parks, and I don't know if it's an error in the presentation, but on the parkland acquisition slide around DCLs, it said 330 to 500 square feet. And I'm thinking that's probably not correct because that's the size of a studio apartment.
Yeah, it's 300 to 500,000 square feet.
Okay,
So that, that's
I think the K was missing.
Yep.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. That's a really significant amount of parkland, so that's great to hear. Okay, that's it for me. Thanks.
Thanks very much. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thank you. I want to just touch back on the public art component. Now, my understanding is that this public art isn't actually explicitly covered under this new ACC legislation, and it's independent from the CACs that we typically have derived, right?
Yeah, the public art levy has been around for quite a while, and it's a levy, $1 per square foot levy that sits currently outside of the CAC system. It's a requirement as part of our rezoning, based on rezonings that meet a criteria.
Right. So what's the problem we're trying to solve here? I mean, like what's buildable? About $2,000 a square foot? Like, so we're talking.
Depends on the project, but
Yeah.
could be as much as that. Yep.
Yeah, and so are we really, so I guess my concern is, and I'm curious who we've consulted on this public art piece specifically. I appreciate that the ACC will bring, what is it, 29% for arts, culture, and social, but that seems like a smaller pie that we're shrinking to some extent. And have we talked to the nations about this? I understand that the public art component has increased visibility for young, up-and-coming Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh artists to increase visibility on the land, of their land. And have we had those conversations when we're talking about phasing out the distinct public art piece?
Yeah, so maybe just to answer the first part of the question, the legislative changes that have come into force around development contributions province-wide are to reduce and eliminate the use of double recovery, which means charging for the same amenity twice through development contribution tools. We now have a brand new tool that funds public art that's imposed on every development. It's called the ACC. In our mind, maintaining a public art levy on top of the ACC would run into double recovery. So we think the ACC going forward is the tool that the province has given us. We intend on implementing it. In terms of engagement, we did a referral through the capital plan to the First Nations, and we had received no feedback.
Okay, but that's okay. No feedback. Could we have done more engagement? Do we feel do we have a sense of why there was no feedback?
We followed the standard city protocol, which is to submit a referral to the nations and to give them every opportunity to provide comment if they so wish.
Okay, but just to be clear, the provincial legislation that is moving us towards ACCs does not explicitly say public art cannot be a separate standalone as we have it now. This isn't mandated by the province.
Yeah, the province is very clear that double recovery is prohibited. So we'd be very we'd be risking. I think we'd be entering into a world of some potential risk in litigation if we had two different charges recovering the same type of amenity that are deemed as levies.
Because my understanding is are we 100% confident that the ACC as it is applied is applicable to the Vancouver Charter?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Okay, and we're assured that public art is distinctly captured within their ACC framework?
Yes, it is. We did hire a third-party consultant, Hemson Consulting, who does DC and DCC, ACC updates nationwide. They also wrote the ACC provincial guidelines and best practices, and they fully endorse the capital program we're bringing forward.
I'm familiar with the best practices, and I don't see public art mentioned there at all. This is hence sort of my questions. Now, from the best practices, it does also sort of imply that, shifting gears a little bit, that the amenities must benefit directly or indirectly the development for which the ACC is charged. Does that mean that these ACCs, we talk about it being a large citywide pool, but are they not obliged to stay with the actual project that is generating?
Yeah, so for public art, the ACC is expected to fund between 10 and 15 civic public art installations over a decade. That's the mandate of the ACC over the next 10 years. Anything above and beyond that falls outside of the role of the ACC. There's still the CAC, even though we're reducing CACs, there will be CACs secured on individual rezonings going forward, particularly larger, more complex rezonings. We can still choose for council to allocate CAC funding or in-kind CACs to public art if it's providing public art that's above and beyond the ACC quantum of installations we expect to receive over 10 years.
So the numbers you gave for public art over the next 10 years, how does that compare to the last 10 years?
I think I'd defer to...
You're projecting, that's right, I think you said 10 to 15 over the next 10
Well,
years?
through the ACC, it'd be 10 to 15 civic public art installations.
Have to advance. Councillor Bly?
Thanks very much, and appreciate you answering a lot of these questions. I just we'll just take a break from maybe public art for a second, although I have follow-up questions to that. Can you just sort of summarize what the 1% for childcare recommendation will look like in practice in terms of what we've been able to commit to now and what we'll be committing to in the future as a result?
Thanks for the question. I'm going to hand this over to Nathan Bunio in planning.
Morning, Nathan Bunio, planner at the Finance and Growth team. Yeah, so over the next 10 years, there'll be a combination of in-kind CACs and DCLs that'll fund childcare. So in total, it's about 540 spaces. A good chunk of the childcare is going to be funded through our CAC tool. There's a lot of in-kind childcares we secured through the rezoning process through the CAC. So that has shifted kind of the burden away from DCLs. Ultimately, the DCL allocation is trying to reflect the council priorities in the 2027 to 2030 capital plan, which focused more on core municipal responsibilities like parks and transportation. So that's why you're seeing that shift in allocations.
Okay, so just to confirm, what I heard there was 540 spaces over 10 years?
That's right.
Wasn't there a target set in the council priorities at the beginning of this term? I don't have the language in front of me, so forgive me, but I thought it was closer to 5,000 spaces in 4 years.
Yeah, I mean, The other thing that's reducing the amount of childcare is the lack of senior government funding, which you'll see in the capital program. There's significantly less senior government funding that's available for childcare, and that's reducing the amount of childcare that the city is able to bring money to. So the city brings both their money, but they'll rely on provincial money to invest in childcare opportunities, and there's less senior government funding available going forward.
Okay, I'm going to just go and check that because and I appreciate what you're saying is true. I also think that there have been recent updates that there's more money being put towards childcare. So let me just check that. And of course, $10 a day childcare does rely on the city planning for spaces. So when that program rolls out with more funding, we're ready to absorb more childcare spaces that are funded by the province. So is there a comment on that just generally? I see now Margaret's at the...
Margaret Witkins, GM, ACCS. I can confirm that the picture for childcare is bigger than the component that's outlined here in terms of the financing growth update. There are over 2,000 childcare spaces in the development pipeline overall. A number of those are in-kind childcare spaces. And so when we think about the overall picture of what the city is delivering, it is bigger than what's been highlighted through this report. And we'd be happy to provide more detail on that.
Okay, thank you, Margaret. I appreciate that. I have a question related to the public art component and engagement with public art committee. I believe you would have taken this recommendation to the public art committee. What was their feedback?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. Yeah, we took the item to Public Art Committee twice, once in November and once in June. We also took it to the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee. They passed a resolution in non-support. If I may summarize their feedback, they are worried about what this change might mean in terms of the amount of funding and what they see as the transparency of the allocation and also what they see as certainty of the funding. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. How many public art projects do we deliver on average per year?
Yeah, so I have about 100 pieces in the last 10 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
So say 10 a year?
Sorry, say that again?
So we'll say 10 a year for easy math on average?
Yeah.
How many do we expect to deliver under this new program?
Yeah, so the 15 to 20 pieces from the ACC would only be a portion of the total public art pieces that might be delivered in the 10 years because the ACC revenue in the first few years of this framework is expected to be very low from the in-stream. So for the next 10 years, we're also going to utilize in-stream projects that will pay the levy, as well as any additional CAC that might come out of it. So for that whole total, it will be comparable. If I do the math, we can maintain a similar service level.
So your
year.
view is that we've got in-stream 18 to 20 projects, and then with the levy, we could get all the way to 100 still in 10 years?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very big approximate number, but the amount of funding that we project for the 10-year should allow us to maintain the same level of service.
Okay, that's my time, but I'll come back on. Thank you.
Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. We'll continue on the public art theme just to keep it easier for everyone. I did want to ask, in the context of, we recently had a number of arts and culture groups here, conversation around land trusts and other supports for the arts community. And I was raising the point about sort of the current construct that we've had around public art being part of developments, and that could look a bit broader. Is there an opportunity, as you said, we can pool this funding? Is there an opportunity to engage local artist groups in a different way? And I'm thinking back, a number of us went to the opening of the public art piece at Empire Fields, which apparently well over a decade in getting in place, used a U.S. artist, and that was commissioned, I think, through the Park Board. But is there an opportunity to be more localized in terms of engaging artists, and also looking at not just physical public art pieces, but other art spaces and other supports and leveraging those funds in that way?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. I hear this as a question around implementation. Again, like this change is about changing the revenue stream and also delivery model, shifting from developer-led to city-led. So yes, I do feel there is room for a city to engage the community in general and look at how we can implement in this new framework better. I would also want to add that while, again, this is a shift in delivery model and funding stream, the city's commitment towards equity, diversity, and also cultural visibility for the local nations, that will remain, and that will remain important in how we do civic commission.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. I think there's an opportunity there to, as we're reimagining the revenue stream, how we, to your point, the implementation and how we engage at the local level and what we deliver. My second question is simply around, in the presentation, it was noted the federal announcements recently around the objectives being to reduce DCCs up to 50%. And I'm curious, right now, we're looking to maintain our reduction at 20%. But in the foreseeable future, if the government comes back and says, you know what, Vancouver, we want to see reductions of 40%, would we then revisit? This would come back to council, we would pivot. Can you just expand on that?
Yeah, thanks for the question. We are definitely monitoring that program, and right now there's no details in terms of how a municipality could apply into the program. We certainly do want to recognize the reduction we already have in place. Furthermore, we reduce our DCLs for rental as well through the rental waiver program. So we'd also want that captured in our application. But yes, once details come forward in the program, we will bring it back to council. We'll factor in the 20% reduction we're already applying, plus the impact of the rental waivers, and we'll bring forward an application to the federal government accommodating those things and possibly some more.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions, Chair.
Thanks very much. I have a few questions of my own. First of all, a lot of questions about public art. I remember when I was council liaison to the Public Art Committee, I looked up the bylaws. They were established in 1990 and signed by Gordon Campbell. So it's been around for a long, long time and probably could use a bit of a relook. I just wanted to find out about, with this new model, what kind of stress testing that we're going to be able to use to try and really understand when the changing economy, whether we have strong growth or not so strong growth, how are we going to be able to kind of pivot and fine tune this policy as needed?
Yeah, so this update is intended to be refreshed every 4 years, so in alignment with the next capital plan. So this was done to help fund the current capital plan, or the one that was recently approved by council. We'll be back at this, starting this review in 2028, 2029. And again, we will be looking at the latest development projections, where growth is happening, how much growth, rental versus strata, how much commercial development. We'll then be coming up with an estimate of a capital program over a 10-year period and updating all the rates based on those key fundamental updates, and then bringing it back to council to reflect the economics of the day. So really, the rates could be the same, or they could be different depending on the market fundamentals and the capital needs in 4 years' time.
And given that this is being guided by provincial legislation, do we anticipate that there's going to be a need or an opportunity for us to provide feedback to the provincial government as to the effectiveness or any gaps that might be with the ACC policy that came from Bill 16?
Yeah, so the city has, along with a group of municipalities, have been actively engaged with the province, providing guidance and feedback on the implementation of the ACC, along with other development finance tools. So yeah, it's our full intention to update the province on what's working, what's not working, any charter amendments if necessary. Yeah, we fully intend on doing that.
And you mentioned the 4-year cycle. Is there an interim period, a midterm update, or some place where we could actually report back to council and evaluate the success or challenges faced with the new policy? Because clearly it's pretty important for us in terms of being able to support some of the projects that are listed here.
Yeah, I think just thinking ahead, a logical point where that could happen is maybe the midterm capital plan update. So that would be in 2028, I think it'd be initiated. I think that would be if there's a need to revise some of the policies, rates, capital programs, that would be the logical place to do it.
Okay, thanks very much. Okay, I'll move on to Councillor Maloney.
Thank you. Sorry, just reacting to things coming in on the email. So could I just confirm with childcare that this will provide around 500 new childcare places over 10 years, but there are around 2,000 places in the pipeline right now?
I'll hand that over to Margaret in ACCS.
Correct. The 2,000 refers to public childcare spaces that are kind of broadly within the pipeline of development. So some of those may be city facilitated and others of those may be in kind.
And so I understand we're about 4,000 places short for elementary school aged children in terms of childcare. Does this simply mean that we'll be required to rely on the province to fill the gap, and if they don't, parents are just left in the lurch?
I think what this means for the immediate term is that we will be leaning heavily on that in-kind pipeline in order to continue to advance closing that gap. There are also new opportunities related to private childcare that have opened up over the last several years in terms of increased opportunity in residential areas. So cumulatively, there are a number of levers that the city has been pulling on, and this would be a piece of it.
All right, thanks very much. I'm going to move on to a question about 6 CACs in relation to 6-storey buildings. So we know that costs act as a floor on prices and rents for both new housing and existing housing. For low-rise projects, the new framework increases costs instead of lowering them. They didn't need to pay CACs before. Have I got that right?
I think it's the opposite, Councillor. When I showed that example of the Canby Quarter 4-story example, right now those projects are subject to a fairly extensive target CAC rate, in addition to the DCLs well, they wouldn't be public art because they're smaller projects. The new framework it exempts the CACs from those low-rise strata projects and replaces it with a fairly modest ACC, which is significantly lower than the target CAC. So there's a cost reduction for new development in those areas.
Okay. In that case, for high-rises, the costs are higher. Is that kind of a penalty on increased provision of housing?
Yeah, so high-rise projects would continue to be, particularly the strata residential projects, they would be subject to the negotiated CAC process. Again, we're not getting rid of the use of CACs on larger, more complex rezonings. We want to take a look at those from a negotiated CAC perspective. So really, at the end of the day, if these types of projects are subject to an ACC, the negotiated CAC outcome would actually capture any possible land left above and beyond the DCL and the ACC.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thanks very much. In terms of the public art issue, I mean, obviously we're wanting to make sure that there is definitely not a decrease in funds allocated to public art. But so just to make sure I've got it right, so the problem we're trying to solve here is that with more pre-zoning, fewer projects fall within the requirement to provide public art funding in the absence of an amenity cost charge system.
Yeah, so the new ACC frameworks will integrate an allocation to public art built within the ACC. That is the framework going forward. I think it should be recognized that there's a significant volume of in-stream projects that will continue to be subject to the public art levy in future years because they're secured prior to September 30th. Our analysis shows that there's upwards of $40 million in public art contributions sitting out there that are potentially could be collected if those projects move forward to rezoning and payment of the public art levy. We think that's a significant amount of money to come in through that old framework that will tide us over until the new ACC comes into full effect, until we start seeing the real outcomes of the ACC in terms of allocations to public art.
Thanks. I'll come back on. I've run out of time. Thanks.
Second round, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, so I'm still struggling with the public art component. I don't see it expressly or explicitly named in the amenity cost charge best practices guide or the provincial legislation. It seems to be existing on its own. And so again, not sure what the problem we're hoping to solve with this other than simplifying for development purposes. So I'm not especially supportive, just to be clear, of the provisions around public art that are in here. Is there something that I've missed that explicitly names public art as eligible under the ACC?
I'm going to hand it over to Nathan Bunio, and we've also got Craig Binning on the line from Himson Consulting, who may want to jump in here. But hand over to Nate first.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So in the Vancouver Charter, the DCL section has very specific items that the DCL can fund. In the Vancouver Charter for the ACC section, it says that it's an open-ended list of potential assets it could fund, but it just can't fund what the DCL list is. So it's a bit of an open-ended list. It's not an exhaustive list, but public art is eligible to be funded by ACCs, and we do see other cities across the Lower Mainland also include public art into their ACC program as well.
But as an open-ended list, then it's a choice for us to make whether or not we would like to continue public art as a separate contribution independent of the ACC.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, that is helpful. I appreciate that. Thank you. And also looking at the ACC best practices, and I was trying to get into this a little earlier. Are ACCs tied to the specific development and geographic area, or potentially just get pooled citywide, and we see ACCs from a project in East Van move to a project, say downtown or what have you?
Yeah, so we've elected to implement a citywide ACC, much like the DCL is a citywide DCL. So the dollars are collected locally from development. They're put into a interest-bearing reserve for the purposes of which it was collected, and they're spent per the capital plan on a citywide basis. So no, they're not directly related to, it's not like a CAC where you aim to spend the dollars on the site or as close as possible to the site that is being rezoned. DCLs are a citywide capital planning tool.
Okay, I mean, again, and from reading the legislation and the best practices guide, it seems to suggest that this is about paying for growth and delivering amenities that benefit directly or indirectly a development, as well as the increased population of residents or workers that it brings. So I feel like that's a bit of a disconnect to take it citywide. Are we confident in the interpretation of going citywide as opposed to what the best practices suggest?
Yeah, so maybe what I'll do, if Craig Binning's online, who was the consultant who authored the ACC Best Practices Guide. Craig, are you online and available to answer that question?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon.
Morning.
Yes, through the chair, certainly the legislation for the ACCs and the guide itself was intended, as was just described, to be done on a geographic basis, and it was up to the municipality or the local government to determine the nature of that application, and then that the reserves are collected on that basis and the monies can be spent at the discretion of the local government on those services for which it was collected. Certainly the nature of this includes things like recreation facilities and libraries, which tend to have a broader benefit to them and a far-reaching effect rather than something quite localized that like most of your CACs. And under the legislation and under the guide, it was intended to reflect that there's discretion there for the local government and the council to determine how those monies are spent, and it can be done on a municipal-wide basis as well as more localized, but it's not prescribed that it be done within close proximity to where the funds are being collected.
Okay, thank you for that, Craig. And so again, it comes down to a choice. It's a policy choice from us as the council to determine if we would like to see it stay a little bit more tied to the development growth or citywide. Last question, very quick from me, is can we anticipate that this might be applied retroactively should this pass, that it would be applied retroactively to projects that are in stream now that will come back and say, hey, you know what, I want to change my the deal.
Yeah, so it only applies to new applications after September 30th. If a project wanted to be subject to this new framework, it would have to withdraw its application and submit a brand new application.
So we're at time there.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Councilor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So with respects to sort of the ability to only utilize the funds raised on renewal and growth, being one of the, sort of the oldest urban municipalities, Vancouver has a lot of aging infrastructure, but so that's quite a constraint. Is it fair to say when we are renewing, we're also building typically better, more flexible and facilities and more functionality into the existing footprint oftentimes because of kind of modern building standards, things like doing flex rooms, a whole number of different considerations?
Yeah, that's certainly the case, Councillor. As you saw in the 2027 to 2030 capital plan, there was a heavy emphasis on renewal.
Right.
And so we embedded that into this update, and we have done a growth apportionment exercise for each of those renewal projects to assess the fair share that is growth related to each of those projects.
Right. So we can make, as we renew those facilities, we can make them work harder to serve both existing residents as well as new ones. It's not just about the expanded footprint, so where technically now we can just use the charges raised, but it's also about renewing the facility, making the entire footprint work better. Is that
Yeah,
right?
as long as it's serving growth, we can rationalize that it's serving growth, and then it is eligible.
Right, but it's a bit tricky right now because it's a pretty clear line that's drawn in the legislation, correct?
The legislation is clear, and then of course there's best practices that also provide guidance to municipalities.
Okay, that's helpful. The temporary 20% reduction that is proposed, how and when would that be lifted, and how would we measure success?
Sorry, could you repeat the question? I apologize, I missed that.
On the slide
Yes.
that you showed, the 20% reduction in charges, how and when would that be lifted? What would be the criteria for lifting it, and how would we measure success if council were to approve this reduction, that it's actually making a difference? What are the outcomes that we're looking
Yeah,
for?
so we have, that formed the basis of we just did robust economic testing to test whether we need to continue that 20% reduction. So maybe I'd hand it over to.
I guess and let me frame the question. I guess in layman's terms, are we worried that building will stop if we don't reduce it? Do we think that we will have like stall projects will move forward? Like, what does success actually look like? Like, and how can we actually measure it?
I'm going to hand that over to Blair Erb from Coriolis. Blair?
I don't know. It's an economic testing question, but okay.
Sure, I'll keep it brief, Councillor. So I guess our work would show that the 20% reduction is helping at the margin with projects that are, possibly viable right now, but not quite there. And that's about as much as we can say.
Okay, can I direct that question to city staff? Do we have any comments from Armin or others around what kind of indication we might look like to potentially be able to lift that, or how we know it's actually working?
I can't give you the specifics, Councillor, but what I can say is the whole construct of ACCs are typically going to make the whole regulatory approval process easier. They are, for us, going to create a more standardized response to developer responses to
Okay,
our
I
requirements.
think I might need to reframe my question
Okay.
because you're getting into another one I had. So let's go there first, and then I'll go back to my original one. Maybe I wasn't clear in it.
Okay.
But with these changes, how close are we in terms of having a sort of fixed regulatory environment with that predictability that you're talking about? And what is left that is not fixed? Is it the large scale sites for the most part that would not be captured within
Correct.
the fixed framework?
We are not contemplating large-scale complex developments to use the ACC framework right now. We are still going to rely on CACs.
Okay.
And that is something that we've talked to the industry with.
Okay, but everything else though would so this is sort of a culmination of a lot of the work we've been doing towards moving towards more predictability.
Correct.
Okay.
And it is being welcomed.
Yeah, my other question was, and I see Josh nodding a little bit, so anyone who wants to pop up on this one, was really around this 20% reduction because we're in the economic times we are, et cetera. What does it look like for us to go back to the 20%? Is this our new normal? What kind of environmental factors are we going to look at? Right? And how do we measure that this is necessary to the public? You're just giving away money to developers at 20% versus, no, we actually need this and this is why, and these are the benefits to the public.
Very brief answer.
Yeah, the 20% was one important measure amongst a suite of measures to help bring our cost basis down, which is critical to helping projects move forward.
Thanks very much.
I can expand on that if someone wants to ask me further.
Councillor Bly?
Thanks very much, Chair. I actually just noticed that Councillor Orr hasn't actually had a first round, and we typically, by practice, do that. So.
Hang on a sec. I'll stop timer. Councillor Orr, I'm going to just, one moment.
All right, thanks. Yeah, just a little more clarity on that question around the public art. Sorry, I know we keep going back to it, but just around like where did this come from in terms, and there's a lot of questions around viability of projects and things that are already in the pipeline, but as far as I know, this is $1 a square foot, 0.01% or something of projects. Are like sort of who is asking for this is kind of the question. I think that might have been asked before, but
yeah, I think it's meant to align with a more predictable planning system, whereby more of our development will happen through city-initiated rezoning straight to development permit. One of the key characteristics of the public art levy as it is today is that it only captures projects that are going through developer-led initiated rezonings and only over 100,000 square feet. And so if we have fewer of those types of projects coming to fruition through that path, we will collect less public art levy. So using or absorbing the public art levy into the ACC creates a predictable development stream for the type of planning system that we're headed towards, which is more straight and direct to development permit, characterized less by negotiated one-by-one rezonings and more by straight to development permit. So it fits within that construct, and it points into the direction that the provincial legislation was pointing us to for our planning system to have those types of more predictable characteristics.
And then can you just go over the sort of the maybe more of the legal reasons around having to adopt ACCs as a provincial thing, and the sort of idea of double collecting, like if it was desired that we wanted to have a standalone sort of public art component, what does that look like in terms of ratifying the provincial regulations sort of as a whole? And sort of around double collecting.
Yeah, so I think if that was the direction our council wanted to go, I think we would have to ensure that we took out public art as an eligible area that we would spend ACC revenue from. So we would commensurately reduce our ACC allocation and then have a standalone public art charge that stood alongside an ACC separately. That's the way you would have to do it to make sure that you're not collecting for public art through an ACC and a public art levy.
Could it be, I guess, might be more complicated, because I guess the whole reason is to streamline and have more sort of things, but in terms of like a DCL for the 100,000 square foot that continues to collect the public art component, and then for the under 100,000 square foot we have the ACCs. Is that to sort of keep those two things separate?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor. I think it's one or the other. I think it's either it's out of the ACC and it's funded entirely through the public art levy, or it's in the ACC. I don't think there's a world where you have both tools at play.
In terms of aligning with the provincial requirement, or in terms of just what we
I would say, aligning with, there is some risk in have a defense level program showing the role of the ACC versus the public art levy. That's one thing. And then the other thing, it just wouldn't go against the premise of the whole financing growth update, which is to have a transparent, simplified, and system that's aligned with what other municipalities are doing province-wide.
Are there any legal reasons that sort of prevent us from sort of passing this as a whole? Is there an opportunity to send this back or parts of this back to get more sort of clarity around this? And there's a lot of questions around this still that I'm hearing in council chambers in terms, of just uncertainty. It's kind of hard to, I appreciate your answers. They're very good. But I mean, is there anything preventing us from sort of, having more clarity on that specific topic?
Yeah, I would say, again, this update, this is every 4 years, council gets an opportunity to weigh in on all the components of the financing growth system, including the components of the ACC and the DCL. And we would recommend that council approve the foregoing and then reassess the next time we bring the financing growth update to council.
Which would be in 4 years or in?
It'd be ahead of the next capital plan, so it'd be 2028, 2029.
It's a long time to wait. Okay. That's all my questions.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Maloney.
Can I move for the rules to be set aside and a third round of questions to be allowed, please?
For a second here. You still have a good portion of 5 minutes left.
Yes, but I've had a request from another councillor that they would like a third round.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and make that motion if you like.
Yeah, I'd like to move that motion. Thanks.
Okay. So this is a vote on whether we would conduct a third round of questions. All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that carries. Right, carry on.
Thank you. What kind of reporting does staff do to show how well distributed these investments are across the city's neighbourhoods?
Yeah, so every year we are required, the provincial legislation requires us to do annual reporting on each of these development contribution tools. So council will be well aware of the DCL annual report that we bring to council via memo, and it's posted on our website. That shows the dollars collected, what it was allocated to, and what was spent using those dollars, as well as the waivers and exemptions that the tool, that was issued through that tool. Same thing will happen with the ACC. There'll be mandatory annual reporting that starts after the first year of implementation. So again, that would be sent to council, it'd be posted on the public website and available for review.
And what safeguards does this report have in it to ensure that benefits are accrued within the vicinity of the contribution, especially given that these are effectively paid by the renters and home buyers rather than the general tax base?
Yeah, so this is a citywide ACC bylaw as well as a citywide DCL bylaw. The funds, again, as was mentioned by Craig Binning and from Himson Consulting, the funds go into, they're collected in a citywide reserve. They accrue interest. They are maintained for the purposes that they were collected, and they're spent on amenities that are citywide serving based on the 4-year capital plan. These charges are paid by developers, so they are they come out of pro formas of development.
Yeah, but the developers obviously aren't charitable institutions, and they pass on these charges to their home buyers and renters because otherwise the projects wouldn't pencil.
Yeah, so our long-standing position on that is that if the charges are well known in advance through a bylaw and they're established charges that are understood by industry, as they bid for land or development sites going forward, they will factor in those costs and they'll adjust their bid price based on the DCLs and the ACC charges that are in effect. So we would say it comes out of the land, it's not renters directly that pay or buyers that directly pay for these charges.
Okay, thanks very much. I'll hop off for now. Thanks very much.
Councillor Bly.
Yeah, thanks very much. I think the questions that we're trying to get some clarity on is, and I think Councillor Orr was pointing to some of this, are there any legal reasons why we wouldn't have to accept recommendation E today and ask staff to take all of this feedback and questions and come back with another sort of recommendation, recognizing there are good underlying reasons for staff bringing this forward, but there's also a concern in terms of delivery, and it's a bit of a value statement at the end of the world, at the end of the day, not end of the world, definitely not the end of the world, end of the day. So I think that's what we're trying to wrestle with here, is that once this sort of gets adopted, that we lose a lot of control over our public art expression in our city.
For sure. We're hearing some concern about it being absorbed into an ACC. It requires a council allocation as opposed to a dedicated funding source. I would suggest there's probably two options council could consider. One would be to pass the bylaws is and direct us to explore what a dedicated tool could look like. We also, having seen some draft amendments circulating right now, there are some options that we could highlight for you that could perhaps address that through an amendment today that would allow it to be sort of siphoned or hived off in a way that makes it clear that it's a dedication to public art. And maybe I'll ask Nathan Bunio to speak to that, how that could look. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so currently proposed, there's a 29% allocation to arts, culture, social, and public art. So it is lumped into that 29%. Council could choose to vary that allocation and pull out public art specifically, and that would result in arts, culture, and social having a 21% allocation, and then public art having an 8% allocation, which is reflecting the capital program as shown in the council report. So that could be one option as well.
Okay, that's great. I see others. I would welcome any of your recommended draft language on that. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I just have one more question, and it may have been asked in another form, but by moving away from the CAC model to a flat ACC, if land values are exceptionally strong in a certain instance, is there a potential that we're going to be leaving money on the table that we would otherwise get through the CAC program? And I know this is probably a fundamental question that was asked very early on when Bill 16 was tabled, but I'd just be interested in sort of a general feeling from staff. Thanks.
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you. Yeah, again, every 4 years we'll be back at this. So right now the ACC is reflective of the needs and the ability to make development contributions based on the economic testing work we've done. If in 4 years' time the development market is entirely different and our needs can support an increased levy, we will look to recommend increasing the ACC levy to match that.
Okay, great. That answers my question. Thanks very much. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. I'm not going to ask about public art anymore, but I am still struggling with the citywide ACC application, looking through the amenity charges best practice guide. Principle number 2, benefiter pays. Amenity costs should be paid by those who benefit from local amenities, such as new residents and workers in areas experiencing growth. I do worry that this citywide approach, there is asymmetrical kind of development patterns within the city of Vancouver, and I think that there should be some reckoning of where we experience growth and where we're also delivering amenities that support that growth. And so I'm curious, is there an opportunity here to really look at the Broadway plan? We're looking at significant growth in the Broadway plan. How are we building in the amenities to support new population growth in the Broadway area? What can we do to fix this to reflect that reality?
Yeah, this is often the eternal debate with development cost charges. Do you tightly attribute it to a specific geography, or do you do a citywide? What we will say is that in our experience with the 10 municipalities that have implemented an ACC bylaw so far, all 10 have chosen a citywide. And the reason for that is the fungibility of that funds. The risk often, if you draw tight catchment areas where you collect money here and spend it here, is you often have, say you develop 10 geographic catchments for the city, you might have 10 pools of funding that are half full and no projects can go forward. The virtue of a citywide is it allows you to pool it in a way and allocate it to where the need is. The other benefit of it is that there's a sort of an equitability aspect of it. So if there's a need or a desire for council to allocate amenity funds through a capital allocation program, it can do that on a need basis, not just where development happens to be hot at the moment. So those are some of the things we weighed, and we have the ability under the legislation to define a citywide benefiting area, and that's what we're recommending to you.
Is there a universe where we can do both, though? And so, we have the pool of money, and we're recognizing that we want to equitably distribute it to other maybe more needing areas of the city, but at the same time recognizing that we do want to, growth pays for growth and all the kind of essence of, because I think that's where I'm struggling with this big picture wise, is that we're not targeting specific, there's not a reckoning of, yes, we're asking you to accept a substantial degree of growth in this particular area.
Yeah.
And there will be benefits that will support that growth.
That's often one of the core principles council uses in allocating through a capital budgeting program. So if there's a desire to support a particular area's growth with amenity, we utilize the capital allocation program to fulfill that, and council uses those values and principles to apply those decisions at that time. We don't pre-allocate it through the collection of the funds.
But we have in the past, and that's where we're shifting pretty significantly here.
That's correct. It is a shift to a citywide bucket, and there is certainly benefits to that way, but understanding that it requires a different process through a capital budgeting decision of our council of the day. Yeah.
And there's no option to perhaps add a condition that, like, we will prioritize in addition to citywide, but we will also focus on what I think the essence of the ACC legislation gets at and the best practices guide talks about. Is there a way to weave that in? Is this a potential amendment to Appendix A, or?
Councillor, we are, as part of one of the recommendations we'll see in this report, is we are recommending that council prioritize the allocation of any future CACs to the ACC eligible amenities. So that would be the community centers, the rec centers, the cultural, the arts, those types of amenities. That's one way we are kind of addressing that.
Right, but
That's one way, but I suppose council, it's ultimately your bylaw. If you want to take a construct that provides direction that takes less a citywide catchment approach, that's council's choice.
Okay, thanks, Josh. I'm out of time here, but thank you.
Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. Since we're asking a little bit more, can you run down for me, I don't know who has the history or not in terms of parks, what the allocation used to be under the old framework when it was reduced? And I'm going from memory, so this is rough, but I feel like it used to be around 41% or something, and it went down to around 18 with previous councils. And that substantially cut the ability to acquire land for new parks. And what does it look like now in terms of what percent of the pie is parks getting? And do we think parks is getting its fair share?
I've got Nathan Bunio here, seems to have the information for you.
Yeah, Councillor, I think that's generally correct. Prior to the 2017 update, the parks allocation for DCLs was around, 41%. 2017 update, it dropped it down to 17, 18%, around that range. In 2022, that got increased to 34.5% DC allocation to parks.
20, what year, sorry?
34.5% of the,
in what
the
year?
citywide DCLs. And then this current update actually maintains the 34.5% percentage allocation to parks within the citywide DCL. So actually the percentage allocation is maintained for parks.
Okay, sorry, I just didn't hear the year that it changed to 34.
2022.
2022. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bai.
Yeah, thanks very much. I actually see we've got a couple of speakers, so I'm happy to pause my time and come back on afterwards. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, actually, I do have one question. Sorry, that's a really important question for me. Anyways, while we are in questions, is around similar actually to parks, but I just wanted clarity around how the childcare allocation has shifted over time. So now landing at 1%, what was it before? And the reason I ask is because with 2,000 in stream, that meant that the allocation was higher, I would say before, 524 over 10 years, drops it to 1%. So what in percentages was the allocation before?
Yeah, so I have some of the information here. So in the last, like currently DCLs are allocated 8% of all DCL revenue gets allocated to childcare. We're recommending down to 1% for the reasons mentioned earlier. And prior to the current, I believe it was at 10%. So it's always been a modest amount, but it has been declining over time.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Hey, Councillor Maloney.
Most of our new development is happening on the downtown peninsula and the Broadway corridor, really Canby corridor. And one of the biggest complaints that I hear is that we're just not getting amenities built in those areas. River District as well has problems. Can you just make a general statement about how this affects getting more amenities in those areas that are receiving the biggest amount of density and are concerned about the lack of amenities.
Yeah, so the growth, those photographs of where growth spatially is expected to happen. So you're right, Broadway corridor over the next 10 years is a node of significant
And
growth.
downtown Peninsula.
And downtown, as well as the Canby corridor and some components of the East Fraserlands area, Kensington area. Those are kind of the hot areas where there's more development expected. It does take time for the revenues to be collected, deposited into reserves, for staff to bring forward capital projects in the 4-year capital plan, then in annual capital budgets to come to fruition for a project to be delivered and completed. Broadway corridor is a fairly new plan. It will still take a few years for those projects to get built and completed before you start seeing tangible improvements in the area.
And so, but staff are generally planning where those amenities might be, what is required. It's just a consequence of the project's not going ahead at this stage. Is that right?
Yeah, so as part of this update, we do spatially look at where growth is expected to happen over the next 10 years, and the 10-year capital program that we've developed is anticipated to address that growth. So if there's definitely some sewer and water upgrades, for example, in the Broadway corridor to help make sure that development capacity is achievable, because there's capacity issues in terms of infrastructure in that area. Similarly, there's also amenities that are also serving the Broadway corridor that are built into the 10-year program. So the rate recovery that we're recommending is intended to fund growth that's anticipated over a 10-year period. That includes Broadway, downtown, Canby corridor, all those areas of high growth.
And in terms of, I quite often hear from people living in South and East Vancouver that they, for example, feel like there's not as much funding allocated to active transport infrastructure. I hear that a lot. Does the more generalised approach allow amenities fees to be allocated to evening up some of that, I guess, inequity between amenities in South and East Vancouver compared to other parts of the city?
Yeah, so this is an anticipated capital program. Like, it's a rate intended to be recovered to fund an anticipated program. If development is actually occurring in areas we hadn't anticipated, then certainly as part of future annual capital budgets, staff can certainly recommend projects being delivered in where the growth is occurring. So if there's growth occurring in the southeast of Vancouver, and staff can certainly recommend projects using development funded to be delivered in those areas.
So in the end, it really is up to what council's priorities are at the time.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. We'll now hear from registered speakers. Public speakers should state whether they support or oppose the recommendations and may only speak once. Also ask speakers if they're residents of Vancouver. It is not noted on the speakers list. Our first public body representative speaker is Steve Jadrejich. Sorry, and he should be on the phone. Steve, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Sorry about my pronunciation, but go right ahead.
That's not a problem. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Steve Jedrich, and I live in Vancouver, and I'm the Vice Chair of the city's Public Arts Public Committee. I oppose this plan and its recommendation to remove the requirement of development-led public art, item E on page 3. First of all, thank you for the councillors who have already expressed their concern over the loss of public art opportunities this morning. It's genuinely appreciated. As you know, the Public Art Committee is made up of appointed volunteers of various backgrounds who generously offer their time to meet monthly and review development applications, ensuring proposed art plans are in fitting with each project and its surrounding areas. The committee was not consulted for this specific policy recommendation. Vancouver is essentially proposing the death of developer-provided public art. It's the end of Vancouver's standalone public art policy for rezone developments for new applications submitted after September 30th, 2026. Instead of requiring many large rezonings to provide public art directly for cash in lieu, or cash in lieu, the city would fund civic public art through a pool of funds that the city could decide to use for other programs, such as the ACC-supported Arts, Culture, and Social Facilities program, and as a goal, not a mandate, to provide 15 to 20 artworks, unequivocally less than we currently produce, despite the unclear answers we've heard from staff and consultants. A builder will only provide public art if it wishes to do so voluntarily. Developers could still choose to provide on-site artwork, but on an in-kind basis, but why would they wish to go through the process and delays that may occur that could impact their approval timelines if not required to do so? In the last 10 years, according to the website, we've produced, City of Vancouver, 49 works of arts have been completed, largely because they were a requirement of zoning approvals. The 10 years previous, it was 44. In total, there are 112 public works of art in Vancouver because of the current art policy that began in the early 90s. These works, large and small, are spread across the city, providing not only art enjoyment, but also points that often celebrate meaningful Indigenous culture and history in many diverse neighborhoods. The relatively quick redevelopment of the Cambie corridor shows how many examples of public art engages and entertains both residents and passersby. The proposed change in its goal of 15 to 20 artworks will substantially lower the public art provided in our city. The current developer public art contribution calculates at about 0.1% of builder costs. Are we sure we want to eliminate public art on private projects and the vibrancy it has brought to our city? Aren't we concerned about no longer providing opportunities for our community of local artists, a large percentage of which are Indigenous, and fabricators, curators, and others? I propose that at the very least, Council motion an amendment to A, dedicate a specific percentage of the new ACC specifically for public art, or at least request a 2-year pause on the private-funded public art program, after which staff must consider reactivating the current existing public art policy we have today. Do not waive the requirement for public art on larger projects, such as master plan communities and multi-phase tower projects, and require public art artist calls to focus on locally based creators.
Steve?
Thank you for your time, and I hope you'll consider introducing this amendment.
Yeah, appreciate your calling. Okay, our next speaker is Michelle Travis.
Speaker 1 is not on the line.
Okay, thanks very much. So that is the end of our speakers list. Thank you for everyone for speaking to council. Would someone like to move the motion? Okay. Okay, is there any discussion? Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, Chair, I have an amendment to propose to the
Kirby-Young
report.
and Meisner.
Do you want to move us
I'll
to
move to amendment Q then.
Yeah, thanks very much. This amendment really recognizes something that has really been very top of mind for me during my time on council, and that is what has always felt to me like an artificial constraint that the charges can only be used for renewal or growth and infrastructure. And it always sort of didn't sit quite right with me. I know that the principle was sort of growth pays for growth, and we have to deliver new amenities to support that. But being one of the oldest urban municipalities in the province, Vancouver has a lot of aging infrastructure. And so when we have new residents coming into our neighborhoods, the existing infrastructure also has to work really hard, as well as building for additional capacity. And so it's been an artificial constraint where, for example, if you're adding the Sunset Senior Center, that might qualify. But if you're trying to do some upgrades within the Sunset Community Center and you wanted to expand capacity by making those rooms work harder, it becomes very prescriptive with respects to what the different levies could be used for. I think now that a lot has happened with respects to the provincial housing targets, with the shift to this new provincially mandated paradigm for charges and moving towards more predictability there. What we hear increasingly in the city of Vancouver is we welcome growth, but we still want amenities and we want livability in our neighborhoods. And we have failing infrastructure. I think that council took some really good steps in coming together around the capital plan, which really put a focus on renewal. But we still have a gap from an infrastructure perspective, just despite increasing our infrastructure levy, despite really focusing our capital plan on community amenities. And I think it would provide so much more flexibility if we could have an amendment to the Vancouver Charter that will enable less prescription and more of the ability for the City of Vancouver to renew its existing infrastructure so that it can serve both existing and new residents and support livability and new housing, as well as the sort of new component and not just sort of for the square footage that happens to be above and beyond an existing yet aging and failing oftentimes infrastructure. So that's the spirit of the amendment. It's really advocacy to the Premier and the Minister of Housing to consider that, and it would necessitate a change to the Vancouver Charter. So that's the amendment that I'm proposing on the floor. Thanks.
Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to speak in support of the amendment. It's in line with some of the questions I was asking around ACCs and where that funding can be allocated. I think for most Vancouver residents, it's quite perplexing to them that these funds that are collected from development, including under the current framework, but also in the ACC framework, can't be used for things like renovating and renewing the existing community centers that we have unless it's an expansion. And I think, for residents who are being asked to accept a lot of new development in their neighborhood, I think about the West End as a perfect example. And then they see their community center is still, in quite not a great state and certainly needs renewal and renovation. They don't quite understand that the Vancouver Charter, which is controlled by the provincial government, is what is preventing us from doing that. So this amendment will seek to advocate to address that issue with the Charter, and I'm very supportive of that happening. So I want to thank Councillor Kirby-Young for bringing it forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Bly.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak in support. For similar reasons, I think that of course, advocacy is important, and this does put it on record that we're seeing a gap in as infrastructure as our infrastructure ages and the cost to replace and renew increases, the gap is widening. And I think there's a number of places we can be advocating. This is one of them. The other, of course, is around more of a broader fiscal framework reform, which I think we've been talking about for a long time here, as well as leveraging municipal bonds. So there's a lot of advocacy to be done to make sure that we as a city, with the unique opportunity having our own charter, can be, advocating for the correct tools we need to ensure that our city grows. So I'm happy to support this, and I think it'll be an interesting advocacy issue to bring to UBCM in September. So appreciate it coming forward.
Thanks. Councillor Orr.
Thanks. Yeah, likewise. So a lot of discussion as this always comes up in LMLGA and UBCM, and maybe a bit of jealousy from other municipalities that we do have the charter and we do have this sort of tool that we can use. But just maybe a point of information on what this actual process looks like. I don't think I've been on as far as as long as I've been on council. I don't think I've seen advocating for an amendment to the charter, and just sort of what the next steps look like. Does it go to UBCM? And is it voted there? So just a point of information through the chair to staff, whoever can answer that. Or to the mover of the motion.
I think Stacey McFarland from Legal Services is online, I believe. Might be the best person to answer that question.
Stacey McFarland, Legal Services. Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, just sort of the next steps on what this kind of advocacy will look like in terms of amending the charter, and does it go to UBCM first? Yeah, what are the next steps?
So typically what would happen with this is we would be contacting the province directly, and then it would proceed through the provincial discussions for changes to the charter. It wouldn't typically go to UBCM first.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Maloney.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I generally see the point of this, and also it prompts concerns about, obviously we're just not getting enough funding from senior levels of government. And so this is kind of about taking money from one bucket and putting it in another. And I think everyone in this room would acknowledge that we just, especially for an older city, as the mover of this amendment points out, we've got different needs and we need more senior government funding, and we're really not getting it. I suppose my concern is an equity issue around who is paying for new development, and the fact that it is new people moving into the neighbourhoods, renters and home buyers, and obviously it does raise the question of how much of the burden for renewing our infrastructure and building things out we're putting on people who are simply trying to afford new housing in our city. So I think there are a lot of complicated questions around this, but generally I'm going to support this because I think it is important that we have more flexibility. Thanks.
Thanks very much. Okay, we will now take a vote. Clerk, please take us to the voting panel. And that passes unanimously with all present. Okay. Okay, back to the main queue. Councillor Kirby-Young.
No, I'll hold for now. Thanks.
Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. I'm wondering if we could call a recess. I think there's been a lot of debate on the public art component of this report, and I'm just teeing up some language that I would appreciate a few minutes just to make sure staff are able to inform. Of course, there's legal components to this report, and we will need to make sure that it's clear what the language is stating. So, and with that, happy to clarify, I think it really is identifying the 8% separate from the rest of the allocation. And there are additional, I think the Public Art Committee co-chair outlined a couple of other requests, so I can make sure to pass that along as well. So yes, asking for a short recess. I don't know what would be appropriate, maybe 7 minutes, 5 to 7 minutes.
Do an amendment? Is that correct?
For an amendment, yeah.
Okay. All right. We'll take a 5-minute recess.
Thank you very much.
Just waiting to see the amendment. You've sent it, okay. I'm going to move this to an amendment queue. Councillor Bly, can you add yourself? Okay, here we go. Councillor Bly.
Yeah, thanks very much. So yes, the amendment is essentially based on the questions, and appreciate staff answering all of the questions this morning on this particular piece around public art. I think it's a good balance and a meet in the middle approach to simply allocate the 8% of public art that while in-stream contributions start to wind down, we'll be able to identify clearly the 8% that's allocated through this recommendation and sort of see it as commensurate to what we were getting with the other program. And so I'm comfortable with that, and I think it satisfies I would hope many of the questions that were asked and what we heard from the Public Art Committee co-chair. For time, I'll leave it there. Again, it's recommending from the 29% going to ACCS that 8% be allocated clearly to public art and 21% to ACCS.
Thanks. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, can I ask through you, Chair, a couple clarifying questions to staff, if I might? Can you walk us through exactly what is contained in arts and culture and social? Like what type of projects would qualify for that, please? And then sort of the corollary to that is things like grant programs where we advance capital grants, not operating, but capital grants to things like the Dance Center to help purchase their building and retain permanent art space, or to the Eastside Art Society. Same thing with a capital grant to purchase their art space. Would that come from that category or no? Can you just give us some color, please?
Yeah, sure. So within the proposed 29% for arts, culture, social, so the arts and culture would include exhibition spaces, performance spaces, and production spaces. And there is a public art component within that as well. And then social facilities is also lumped into the 29%. ACCs can be used to provide capital grants, but again, as long as those capital grants are for growth-related and service enhancements types of costs.
Okay, so would like things like arts facilities finding their permanent home, would that be considered enhancing?
Yep, yeah, that could be.
Okay.
Yep.
So it's a question of sort of trading off benefits. From staff's perspective, I may ask a follow-up question, Chair. Is it, what is the distinction in your mind between having prescribed percentages and being able to flex from year to year, where we might want to provide a bunch of grants, say for performance spaces, and then future years where we might want to initiate and start some public art projects, maybe they take several years, you'll need over time, and having sort of flexibility there versus having a prescribed amount?
Yeah, I'll direct that to Margaret.
Any kind of perspective on that?
Thank you for the question. Essentially, the 8% kind of formalizes some of the assumptions that were built into the capital plan that Council recently approved. So there is, I think that the major trade-off is that solidifying it here reduces flexibility to respond to things that are uncertain, opportunities that may not be explicitly identified, or with pieces that change. It does reduce some flexibility for reprioritization. At a baseline, it is consistent with the approved capital plan, but would
Okay, but less flexibility, like for things like upgrading the Fire Hall Art Center, or if somebody, somebody suddenly has an opportunity to purchase their building, that kind of thing.
We do have capital grant programs that are part of the capital plan recently approved, but this would reduce flexibility for the unforeseen, yes.
Okay, trade-offs. Thank you.
Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I appreciate the intention here, but I fundamentally, I think, really will just oppose the elimination of the public art allocation altogether in the report. And I think that what this amendment does, although I do appreciate it, really just carves money out of the allocation for arts, culture, and social, and makes the pie a little bit smaller. I do think that the allocations, either CACs or ACCs, that go towards artist space, production space, studio space, are critically important, and I think we could do better, not do worse. So I think reducing that down to 21% of the overall allocation really just denudes that and makes it even tougher for arts in the city. I maintain that the current allocation, and shows why I will be voting against the recommendation to eliminate the public art allocation right now as it is, which is, I think, what we said, $1 per square foot on projects that are 100,000 square feet or more. I think that's reasonable, and I think that because it's not explicitly articulated in the ACC schedule that's been presented in the best practices that have been presented in the provincial guide, I'm confident that public art allocations on large projects can be a standalone, and let's leave it as it is. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I just need a seconder for the amendment. Councillor Maloney. Okay. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, just a quick question through you, Chair, to staff, if I may. I just want to tease out a bit around, I guess my question is, why didn't staff propose a specific allocation or percentage for public art within the original 29% bucket for arts, culture, and social? What was the rationale for not proposing a specific allocation of a percentage for public art?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So it is to provide a bit more flexibility within that arts, culture, and social allocation to spend where the priorities may be at a given time. It provides more flexibility to fund the capital project that is ready at that time.
Okay, so if something did come forward, my colleague mentioned, say, Fire Hall Arts Center or something similar to that, then there would be that flexibility to flex within that 29%?
Correct, yeah. The problem with smaller allocations is that there's smaller buckets of money that take time to build up. So a larger allocation, a larger bucket of money, if you will, allows you more flexibility.
Okay, and the decisions around that flexibility, they come to council, right, in terms of the allocation?
Correct, they go through the capital planning process.
Okay, great. Okay, thanks for clarifying.
Okay, so council, we will go to the voting panel. Oh, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
I'm also just thinking about, before just providing a comment before council takes the vote on this, because I also served as the liaison to the Public Art Committee in my first term, and I heard a lot of challenge and frustration around the public art table that this public art levy was assessed. Developers were sort of trying to fit it onto their building. The construct was kind of broken because the public art committees asked to weigh in later on after the building is sort of designed, and then they're trying to fit it in, and it wasn't sort of a meaningful approach to how public art could be really thoughtfully integrated into the space. And it was a bit too late in the pipeline, and there's a lot of consultants involved. There's a lot of money that's paid out to consultants. I do worry a lot, like Councillor Fry, about getting more money into having artist spaces overall. It was good to hear from staff that there's 8% allocated, sort of that principle has been taken in the capital plan that council just passed. I think that was only last week. So yeah, I worry about, I appreciate the intention here, but I do worry about some of the impacts because we're losing a lot of space rapidly, and that's what people want to see, and I do want to maintain some of that flexibility. I also don't think that the current public art construct necessarily really works either, to come at the end, the 11th hour, and put something on. Some developers do it well, others don't. And you're kind of like, oh, that's odd. Or look where they slapped on a piece of public art at a building. So it's not necessarily working beautifully in principle the way that it should be. So I think there's opportunity for further change as opposed to just sticking with the existing paradigm, to be honest. Thanks.
Councillor Bly.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate the dialogue. I mean, I would be very happy to send this part of the report actually back to staff, but I think that we've heard from planning how this is part of the go forward with the new construct would actually serve us better in terms of outcomes, is how I've interpreted it. Judgment on public art and whether or not you like it is exactly the point of public art. It's to generate a conversation, and it's to
to sort of sit here and justify one decision or another because you don't like some of the pieces of art that's come previously is exactly the point of why cities and Biennale and other Vancouver Biennale and other organizations do what they do, and they do it so passionately. To undermine that because we're now going to start to pit it against artist space, I fear folks have just really, I think, missed the mark here on how important a city like Vancouver, a growing city, continues to promote and prioritize a small percentage of DCLs, let me remind you, a very small percentage of DCLs to be clearly identified and allocated to fund public art. That is what can be memorable for a lot of people in the city. We've got a new development at Broadway in Granville and an incredible piece of public art, Indigenous and Japanese collaboration of artists. That's what's memorable, the grocery store in that area is very memorable, but what people really remember is what triggers an emotion, what triggers a feeling when they interact with that built form, and it is the art that is part of the placemaking. So, yeah, I would be really disappointed if this failed because it's not perfect. And that's what I'm hearing. Simply voting against something means it likely still moves ahead, but we're no further ahead. And I'm trying to work with staff recommendations, but also recognize once it's sort of gone, or it's tough to sort of pinpoint where that sort of city priority has been funded. Just slowly it sort of disappears. So I think if this was clear, we likely would have had a lot more speakers on this one particular issue because what I've heard in the public is it's incredibly important to not sacrifice public art for what is a very good and necessary technical report around how we manage our DCLs with the new provincial framework. So I really hope this will get support. And we can continue to push on in terms of how we value public art in our city.
Councillor Maloney.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll be supporting this. I think, yes, of course, this reduces flexibility, and I don't think that's a bad thing because I think that public art has had an allocation, and it has at times caused a lot of consternation and debate about the merits of different pieces around the city. And as Councillor Bly said, I think that's the whole point of it and really great. I think that it's really important that we know we need to change the system because of the way we're pre-zoning things. We don't want to run out of the traditional funding, and the way it has been run has had its advantages and disadvantages. The way it will be run, might need a bit of tweaking here and there, but I really like the idea of specifically allocating 8% to public art to make sure that that 8% doesn't get frittered away and spent on other things. And, again, we know we need senior government funding. We know that we're short of money, and it's very easy for things to be overlooked and reallocated to things. So if we want, I think I want to make a statement that public art is super important not to be subsumed into the general bucket. So that's why I'm pretty keen on this one passing. Thanks.
Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I'll just put a finer point on, and where I really support the intention and the articulation here. I'd like to see the allocation set out for ACCs as a full 29% for arts, culture, and social. Let's keep that whole. I think these are critical investments, and it behooves me to articulate that a lot of times when we see significant redevelopment in the city of Vancouver, it is often on spaces that were previously used for creative purposes. We know that a lot of the sort of moribund warehouse spaces become creative incubators while they're waiting for redevelopment. That is the reality of creative space in our city. They're not as prevalent in new builds and stuff. So it's important to make space to create that space. And I will re-articulate that I intend to sever and vote against recommendation E in the original staff report because I don't think that the current allocation, the separate public art policy allocation that already has delivered, as we've heard from staff, a significant amount of public art, 100 pieces in the last 10 years, I think they were, versus where this, contemplated ACC allocation would only deliver 15 to 20 in the next 10 years. That is a stark difference for me. I don't want to conflate public art with maker spaces for arts, culture, and social. I think those are different. And I think that we have benefited from a really thoughtful public art policy that has delivered for the city of Vancouver, that has delivered for the Biennale, for the livability of our city, and to really put a finer point on it, because these are conversations that I've had with folks from the host nation, folks who have real working, practicing artists who have created more visibility for their people on these unceded territories through the public art program. And I don't want to see us nibble away at that and fritter away a real opportunity to practice reconciliation and action through it ain't broke. We don't have to fix that. I don't think that this is a deal breaker for any significant developer. Again, recognizing that the public art allocation comes on projects that are 100,000 square feet or more. These are not small-time developers who are struggling to pay $1 a square foot. It's the cost of doing business. I'm happy to sever that particular recommendation in the report, but I won't be supporting cannibalizing the arts, culture, and social contribution that's articulated in this ACC bylaw. Thanks.
Councillor Bly.
Yeah, thanks very much. I mean, I appreciate the comments. I heard something quite different, is the 10 to 20 pieces are currently in stream, and then the additional 38 million forecasted would get it up to 100 pieces in 10 years. So it would be commensurate to what's existing. So I appreciate that. We had a lot of questions and a lot of information coming back and forth, but that is a significant maybe misunderstanding in terms of staff's answer to that question I asked, that I too do not want to see a chipping away. I think that one way to read this is actually over time, there'll be less and less and less contributed to public art. And so I really do disagree with Councillor Fry's analysis of this, and why I'm moving this is not to chip away, it's to make sure that we establish a clear allocation to maintain the delivery of public art. And that is not going to happen otherwise.
Okay, thanks very much. We'll now call the vote on the amendment. Clerk, can you just take us to the voting panel, please? Okay, so that amendment fails with Councillor Klassen, Kirby-Young, Dominato, Councillor Fry, Montague, Meisner, Joe in opposition, Councillor or abstaining. So we'll go back to the main queue. Councillor Bly?
I'm back on, thank you.
Okay. Seeing no one else, Councillor Fry?
Oh, yeah, sorry, Chair. Yeah, and again, to just reiterate, I hope on the final motion that we will sever recommendation E,
okay,
which I do intend to vote against. That is the changes to the existing public art allocation. I have submitted an amendment to the clerks.
Okay. We'll go to amendment Q. Councillor Fry, please add yourself. John there. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, and this is just reflecting some of my concerns, and in reading the ACC's best practice guide, which suggests very explicitly that growth pay for growth, and that those who are benefiting from the growth also benefit from the local amenities. Recognizing that we do have a lot of projects that are coming to the city in areas with a lot more intensive development, and where I appreciate the broader opportunity for citywide allocations, I think it's important to at least have a sort of a needs assessment on these new developments, and recognizing, hey, as we're approving this new development and we're otherwise suggesting that these ACCs go to a citywide, that maybe we focus on where they could also benefit, and so at least get a needs assessment and a reporting back on any new development that suggests, hey, we could also use these amenities localized to the project. So it's not really changing the intent so much as it's giving us a little bit more information for future councils as these reports come forward, and recognizing, hey, guess what, Rupert Renfrew, we're putting a lot of stuff in here. Are we keeping pace with the need for community centers and parks and various amenity allocations? So.
Councilor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, important conversation we're having today overall on this. This is ACCs and the overall framework is a complex topic and a tricky one. Lots going on. I think the challenge when we had localized ones is that neighborhoods liked the construct and felt good about it, that local was going to come into their neighborhood, but then the neighborhoods that had lower land values or did not have as much development happening. So thinking about things like the downtown east side that didn't allow development, or other areas were pitted against neighborhoods that had higher land values like the west side or downtown or west end that have more development happening and therefore can generate more contributions. And so from an equity perspective, I think that can create an issue with respect to those neighborhoods that are developing, and those neighborhoods that have higher land values get get more amenities and things come to their neighborhoods and the others do not. I think the part of the general principle behind going towards citywide was that it would help to level some of that out and allow the council of the day to give direction through the capital plan where these things get allocated to try to level set and put in things, funding into areas and where there are deficiencies, either underserved areas where community amenities are quite honestly old and failing, where the tree canopy is lower and so on and so forth. So it can be a bit tricky. It also allows you to pool funding and sometimes move amenities forward more quickly because it can take, in particular neighborhoods, it can take longer to accrue sufficient funds, especially given the higher capital nature of projects now, than it would otherwise if you have this mechanism. So I also had some angst at the time when I think some of those changes were made because the principle is good. I think in terms of wanting to have the localized impact, I think in practice it didn't work as it necessarily was hoped for some of the reasons I think I've articulated. So hopefully that adds to some of the conversation. Thanks.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Meisner, just noting the time here.
Yes, yeah, I'll be quick. I just wanted to say that I can really see both sides of this, and I do want to ensure that underserved communities are getting their fair share of growth in the city, even if it's not happening in their area. But what I do support in this amendment is the fact that it will direct staff to, really do a needs assessment and take a closer look at what the needs are in the community where the new development is occurring, and should there be needs in that communities, whether it be community centers, parks, et cetera, to accommodate that new growth, that's considered as a priority before the funding is allocated to underserved parts of the city. So I think it's about a balance. You could have new development in a neighborhood, but that neighborhood already has great amenities. So then I think, of course, there's a case to be made for that funding to be allocated citywide. But if you're building new development in a neighborhood that doesn't have great amenities and needs new things to serve those new residents, and I think that funding should be allocated into that neighborhood. And I think that's been a frustration of many Vancouver residents over the years. As I've mentioned here in council before, they've seen a lot of new development in their neighborhoods in many cases, but they haven't seen the consummate increase in amenities in those neighborhoods. And I'd like to see that change, and that's why I'm going to support this amendment. Thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Maloney. Now, I just want to note that we are at 11:52. We have to break at 12 o'clock unless we vote to extend to complete this item. Just want to gauge the to complete report 4. Okay. All right. All those in favor? Can I get a seconder for that? Okay. I'll go ahead, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. I was just curious and I'm just testing the waters here as to whether council would be amenable to extending to complete the business of council.
Through lunch?
Nope, not hearing a lot of support for that. Okay.
Okay, thanks.
We'll continue.
Okay, Councillor Maloney, on the extension? Are you?
I'm wanting to speak to the amendment.
Okay, all right. Did I get a seconder for the extending to finish item 4? Okay, all those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, I need to see that more clearly, folks. All those in favor of extending to finish item 4? Okay, okay, all right, so that passes. Thanks very much. Okay, on the amendment, Councillor Maloney.
In our city where we've added a bunch of new residents and that principle hasn't been applied and money has disappeared or been reallocated or not being used, and the places with a lot of density and haven't received the investment that they need. And I'm particularly thinking of the downtown peninsula, but there are many other examples of it. So this is going to give us more flexibility, I guess. But I'm also aware that that there is often an allocation of funding that can leave communities that have had a lot of new residents move into them without the extra capacity needed to support those new residents. So I'm thinking about what I'm going to do here, but I'm really torn about that.
Councillor Fry.
Yeah, just to, and I appreciate Councillor Meisner's words of support because he gets me. Thanks. Thanks, Councillor. Yeah, Peter, I know. You know, first and foremost, this amendment is not meant to be restrictive in any way. It's just adding details to the report back on new developments to recognize that, yes, the premise of growth pays per growth, per Councillor Maloney's point, is actually articulated in the best practices guide that the province has published with regard to ACCs. This isn't me making it up. And this is, you know, a longstanding kind of articulation. I think Gordon Price used to call it the grand bargain or something to that effect. It's just notionally recognizing that there is an interconnection between adding population, adding workforce, adding stuff, and that they will have needs that come with the addition. And that is very clear in this entire ACC guideline. So I don't think this is especially divergent from the intention of the province's codification of what were formerly CACs into now ACCs. But I think it's just a good practice for us to recognize, hey, what are the needs in this community and how do we articulate them? This isn't restrictive in any way. It's not tying the growth to say, well, you must deliver, but it's an articulation of where there may be some gaps and can better inform our capital spending moving down the line. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. All right, now I'm going to call the vote. Clerk, please take us to the voting screen. We're voting on the amendment. And that passes unanimously with all present. Thanks very much. Okay, so we'll go back to the main queue. Councillor Fry.
You know what? I'm good. Thanks, Chair. I'll jump off.
Councillor Bly.
Yeah, thanks very much. So appreciate the dialogue so far. I just sent in a revised amendment, so for the clerks, just to make sure you see the revised amendment. And it's basically moving to strike E and direct staff to report back with recommendations to optimize the public art program, which in my mind, in listening to the debate, I would prefer to keep us moving forward, but recognizing that was tougher for people to support. I do think we need to have a broader conversation around public art implications, and I certainly don't support, cutting the pie into smaller pieces. I think here it's about just making sure that the capacity for us to deliver public art through these amendments is maintained or enhanced, not whittled away, has been stated. And so it's striking E from the recommendations and asking staff report back with recommendations to optimize the public art program, as opposed to what's been outlined here. And I was happy to collaborate with Councillor Orr on sections of this amendment who may choose to speak to it, but that's what's before us, and it's essentially reviewing opportunities to improve the simplicity for applicants and also efficiency and predictability in how we enhance this program, and making sure that the program remains responsive to the financial realities that are part of development, including the change in the policy overall in the DCL policy. And then, of course, making sure that we are identifying options to maximize public value and community benefit from public art contributions generally. Of course, engaging with all relevant stakeholders. And with that, I'll leave it there.
Thanks. Councillor Orr.
I think are we in the main queue or? I think we're in the main queue. I'm happy to speak in the main queue. It's fine. Yeah, happy to support this, and with the inclusion of developing options to consider to deliver new artworks that advance Indigenous cultural visibility projects under the framework of Culture Shift and the UNDRIP Action Plan, as sort of what we heard from some community members that saw this coming forward and reached out to a number of councillors to make sure that this is included. And thanks to Councillor Bly for including it.
Councillor Maloney.
Thanks. If I could just ask staff point of information through the chair, I'd just like your perspective on how striking potential consequences of doing that, because I really like this list of things to take into account in this piece of work as an alternative to what was moved, the amendment that was first moved by Councillor Bly, but I'd like to know where it puts us.
Yeah, we do believe it would present the risk we articulated earlier about double charging. So without having changed the ACC rate, we would in effect be charging the public art levy as is and the ACC rate, which is one of the changes we're trying to ensure our outcomes we want to ensure we avoid.
And what would the consequence of that be? Would it be litigation or refusal to pay, or?
Certainly, we would be concerned we'd be offside with the provincial directives around the ACC.
And so if we were to have E proceed and then ask for this body of work to be done in addition, would that overcome the double charging?
Same issue.
Same issue.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. If I may, Chair, through you to the Director of Planning. I'm looking at the public art, the policy, public art for rezoning, rezoned developments. Nowhere in this, it identifies it as a policy and not as a CAC or a DCL. And so my understanding is that broadly, this report before us today is about streamlining DCLs, CACs, and now ACCs. But my also understanding is that really the public art policy exists outside of all of this. It's not a DCL. And is there a legal opinion that suggests it is a DCL?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor. Yes, it is a levy that's imposed on rezonings only, and rezonings over a certain threshold. It does live in a gray area as to what this levy is. It pre-exists really the CAC system. We would argue that it's quite possibly a CAC in disguise, the public art levy, but it really has not been updated or addressed in any significant way. Now that we're introducing the ACC and there's more rigid framework around tools we should use and principles of not double charging, we'd highly recommend choosing one or the other, but not both.
Okay, I appreciate that, but because it's in a gray area, I feel that this, as a report back and to further work on clarifying that gray area and maybe giving it an actual color instead of gray might be helpful. I do think that this is an incredibly important policy piece for the city of Vancouver, and it has delivered a lot for our city. And I don't want to see us throw it out necessarily. And I do recognize, as I articulated earlier, this is an important part of reconciliation, and it has done a lot to increase the visibility of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh on these lands. And as such, I think it's incredibly important to keep it whole however we can. And because it doesn't exist as a DCL and it doesn't really exist as a CAC, and it is in a gray area, I think this work is supportable because I think it gets. Let's get some clarity on this.
Okay, thanks. I have to move us to the amendment queue. I did not do that before, so I'm just going to go and add Councillor Maloney and Councillor Dominato. Councillor Maloney.
Thanks. Another point of information to staff. I just want to check that my understanding of this is correct. So, so at the moment, the public art funding is project specific, only on projects over a particular level, and as we move towards pre-zoning, that amount of funding is going to decrease and decrease as more things are rezoned.
That is correct. The current public art levy construct is reliant on rezonings only.
All right, and so the new amenity cost charge system is actually a way of continuing to fund public art and other things, because it, I'm just losing my train of thought, because as new projects that are pre-zoned come online, that money starts coming in, and although it appears that we have less funding because there are fewer projects, that is a result of the ramp up of pre-zoned projects, not an overall deliberate reduction in funding.
Yep, I get the question. Thanks for that. The difference between the ACC and the public art levy is the public art levy is only on rezoning, so over a certain threshold. The ACC is levied on all development, whether it's existing zoning, new pre-zoned area, or rezoning. It's levied on every project unless they're applying for a waiver or they're exempt or social housing project. Everybody pays the ACC, from single-family development to multiplexes to high-density residential to non-res. Everybody pays. It all goes into reserve, and it's spent per capital planning.
So there's potential that if there was more development, you'd actually get more money in.
Yeah, we envision the ACC over time to become like the DCL. The DCL has grown over the last 25 years into the primary funding tool for utilities, transportation, parks, etc. We envision that the future of the ACC is to become the primary funding tool for public art, social infrastructure, community centers, rec centers, as we grow the fund.
So if we delete E, we stop public art from being included in the amenity cost charge.
If we drop E, we're really we're maintaining the AC because we're not actually dropping the allocation to public art through striking E. All we're saying is we're continuing with that public art levy. It's a double, yeah.
All right. Okay. I think I understand what's going on. Thank you.
Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. I just briefly, I'm going to just articulate that I don't support the amendment as presented, and for two reasons. One, we've now heard about the risk that this creates a double charge, which is really flies in the face of what we should be trying to do in terms of streamlining, addressing affordability in developments and so on. Secondly, and the staff report really articulates this well, is that with respect to E is that this shift moves public art funding from a site-specific, project-based requirement to a more flexible citywide investment approach that aligns with capital planning priorities. And that's what I support. This is why I raised this when we were dealing with the land trust discussion, was this avenue of being tied to large-scale developments when indeed we actually could benefit from a more flexible system and program. And so for those reasons, I'll be supporting the original staff recommendation E and not the amendment as presented. Thank you.
Councillor Maloney.
Sorry to prolong this. I just have another question through the chair. So I think this is an excellent list of things to take into account, but perhaps Margaret could let us know if this didn't get through and we don't strike E and the amenity cost charge system comes in place and hopefully council doesn't divert the funding away from public art, how much of this would be taken into account in allocating funding for public art and the considerations?
We certainly recognize as staff that there is a kind of a transition period as we move to the ACC construct kind of across all of our service areas. And this list is certainly one that could be taken into close consideration as we move through that.
And there could there be, if this doesn't go through successfully, a way of council providing direction, or is this just something that is already incorporated in policy considerations generally?
Much of it is well aligned with how we would approach work going forward.
All right. Well, look, after much question asking, I'm going to I'm taking into account the fact that when we say double dipping, we're really talking about charging more on new developments that is in the end, in essence, paid for by renters and new purchasers. So I think this list is fantastic, but I'm not going to support this because of the double dipping element, not because I don't think it's a great list. Thanks.
Okay. We're now going to go to the voting panel and vote on the amendment. Clerk can take us to the voting panel, please. Okay, so that fails with Councillor Klassen, Dominato, Montague, Meisner, Joe, and Maloney in opposition. Councillor Kirby-Young and Mayor Sim absent. Okay. All right, so we'll go back to the main queue. Councillor Fry?
No, only to my earlier request to sever E. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Okay, Councillor Maloney?
Yeah, very briefly, I really liked the carving out an allocation of the 8% specifically for public art. I think that the new system is going to eventually catch up to the money that was achieved for public art by the old system. I accept that there are in-stream projects that will continue to provide public art and that the contributions to public art are just going to be coming from an overall amenity charge that will cover more developments than the old one did. So taking all that into account and not wanting to double charge renters and purchasers of new developments or contravene the intent of the legislation, I'm going to vote in favour of the original report, and I am regretful that that first amendment of Councillor Bligh did not get through. Thank you.
Councillor Bligh.
Yeah, thanks very much. I appreciate the thoughtful questions and analysis and discussion around this today. I'll be supporting striking E. I wish the 8% was allocated, but I think at this point it'll likely pass, and it is an important piece of how this policy evolves that I am not comfortable just simply voting for. The 8% would have been, I think, the prudent way to go. So, and I'll just flag that I have concerns that childcare there's been a shift in terms of how we prioritize childcare. And 4 years ago, there was a commitment of 5,000 spaces that was in council priorities and that has just dwindled away. Speaking of dwindling things away, there's an incredible economic imperative around childcare for our city. When people can access childcare in affordable and more affordable spaces, of course, which we rely heavily on partnerships with the province, that's good for our entire city. People have more disposable income, of course, with the $10 a day. We know that the province continues to work to ramp that up, not winding things down. The funding is there. The rollout hasn't been great. And as a member of the Coalition for $10 a day childcare, I 100% support the city continuing to prioritize that. And I think it's a very clear value statement in the capital plan and now this, that it has been deprioritized. And I think that is not a comment on staff by any means. I think it's a comment on the direction that's been set by the majority in this council. So I'll be continuing to raise that as a concern. So other than striking against D, I appreciate the work of staff. I'll support the report, but that piece continues to concern me.
Okay, thanks. We will now go to the voting panel, and we are going to sever E for so we'll vote on everything else except for E, and then we'll vote on E. So we'll start there. Okay. Call the vote, please. Again, we're voting on everything except for E. Okay, that passes unanimously with all present. Okay, now we'll go back to vote on clause E. Voting panel up. And that passes with Councillor Bly, Fry, and Orr in opposition, and Councillor Kirby-Young and Mayor Sim absent, and Councillor Maloney abstaining. Okay. So that concludes this item. We will now recess for lunch and come back at 1:15 to conclude the rest of the council agenda.
Welcome to TELUS Conferencing. To join the conference,
Hey, Tamara, can you hear me?
yes, I can hear you.
Okay,
Can you
I
hear
can
me?
hear. Yeah, I can hear you too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Montague. Oh, good. Thank you. We're going to get started shortly.
Okay, we have quorum. We're going to resume the meeting, and we're going to begin with item 5, Mayor's Budget Task Force Implementation Oversight Committee Recommendations Transmittal Report. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? This item does not have a team member presentation. Councillor Zhou, you held this item. You have 5 minutes to ask questions to team members.
On the queue, can you advance me, Chair?
I'll just put you in advance. Go right ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just have a couple of quick questions. The first question is, what mechanism will remain in place after this oversight committee concludes, so we can ensure that the unfinished recommendations continue to advance?
But
that's the question to staff.
To staff, directed to
the Deputy City Manager.
I'm very sorry. Could you repeat the question, please?
Yeah. So this committee is concluded, but what mechanism still in place to make sure that the unfinished recommendation will continue to advance?
Thanks for the question. Good afternoon, Council. Karen Levitt, Deputy City Manager. You have before you the report from the Mayor's Task Force. The Mayor's Budget Task Force Implementation Oversight Committee. This committee's been in place for about 3 years or 2.5 years, overseeing the how many were there? 17 recommendations from the task force, and you'll see here a summary of what's been advanced under each of those 17 recommendations. Most of the work, in fact, I would say all the work described in this report is work that is part of our ongoing work at the city. Some of it regular business operations, some of it special projects. So the answer is kind of everything in here will continue to advance in terms of the large themes of the recommendations.
Okay, thanks. So after this committee, are we still going to have some ongoing report to the council, to the future council?
I wouldn't, there's no plans for staff to report back in this format anymore. We certainly bring all kinds of reports back to council in terms of progress in specific areas and under specific functions. I'd suggest streamlining that reporting into that more regular day-to-day reporting rather than have a special one-off.
Okay, thanks, Karen. So other questions, I know the committee did not recommend a formal definition of the core services. So how do we ensure we have a limited resource but focus on the core municipal responsibilities?
What I would say, it's always council's decision to decide what you want to fund, either through operating or capital budget. That is the main way council decides what the city is actually doing, is whether it's funded or not. I don't know if the city manager wants to add anything to this question of core services or not.
I think that is. I think actually no. I'm happy
Okay.
with your answers.
Thank you.
Okay, so my last question is, what are the progress or advocate with the federal and the provincial government because of we rely heavily on the property tax? But what we can do to move away from the property tax? I know the province of Ontario, they have this 1% provincial sales tax to give to the municipality. But what we have done in terms of the advocacy and yeah.
I'll say two things. One is recommendation 17 talks about alternative funding sources, and you'll see in there a summary of what we're doing in terms of raising funds from something other than property taxes. For example, the new sponsorship naming rights donations program. I'm going to ask the CFO, Colin Knight, to come up and speak to work his group, his department may be doing with respect to advocacy around alternative taxation sources.
Thank you. Colin Knight, General Manager, Finance and Supply Chain. So we continue to work with our intergovernmental relations group to advocate for opportunities for revenues. We have said that one of the challenges of the funding sources and tools that the city has is that when we, as a regional center, when there's activity and growth in the economy, we don't get the benefit of that in terms of our taxation revenue directly. So that is a point that we've articulated articulated to as part of that advocacy. As we've noted in our budget and capital plan presentations, it is a constrained funding environment, and so we haven't seen any specific commitments around revenue to this point.
Okay, I guess council just need to continue to push harder for this. All right, that's all my questions, Chair. So I don't see any others on the queue, so I'd like to move this recommendation.
So this is simply being received for information, so there's no necessity of a motion or vote.
Okay, can I still provide some final comments?
Certain. I guess so. Yeah, we can put you back in the main. One moment. I'll just Vance, put it in your main queue. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So thanks. I would like to provide some brief remarks as the chair of the Mayor's Budget Task Force Implementation Oversight Committee. It's such a long name. Very supportive of this final report. And also, I really want to thanking my fellow committee members, Councilor Dominado and Councilor Meisner, to be on this committee. Also, the city manager's office, our deputy city manager Karen has been leading this profile. And also thanks all the senior staff leadership team and also staff who contribute to this work. Council established this committee about 2 years ago, we were given a very important responsibility to examine the 17 recommendations from the Mayor's Budget Task Force, also monitor the implementation and then ensure the work translated into practical improvement for Vancouver's taxpayer. The final report demonstrated that the task force did not simply produce another report sitting on the shelf. Its recommendations have helped drive meaningful changes in how city plan its finance, manage its assets, and deliver capital projects. Also use technology and improve services. The result is quite significant. The new non-property tax revenue are budgeted to be at $40 million higher in 2026 than they were in 2023. The annual contribution from the Property Endowment Fund has grown from $9 million in 2022 to $23 million in 2026. The city's budget development process has been shortened from 7 weeks to only 3 weeks. The consolidation of cooperative function under strategy project support office is producing approximately $2 million in annual saving. Also, Park Board identified $11 million in annual saving through increased revenues and operational efficiency. Also, the regional fuel procurement expected to save another $600,000 every year. And also, we saw improvement in terms of the workplace injury, the absenteeism with Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services. Also, 86% of business license renewal are now complete online. The average processing time has fallen from more than 10 days to within 1 day. So there's a lot of positive news. And also for our 3331 policy, we saw the big improvement in terms of the permitting, the living house permitting, and home renovation. So it's all amazing results. This improvement matters because every unnecessary delay creates costs for residents, small businesses, and housing providers. Better processes are directly improve affordability, economic activity, and also the public confidence. So we should also be clear that not every recommendation has been fully implemented yet. There are still work underway on the performance measures, continuous improvement, and the new approaches to the municipal funding, as what we just heard. The report is not a declaration that our work is finished. It is an honest accounting of what has been complete, what is underway, and what is remaining outstanding. So the central principle behind the Mayor's Budget Task Force was very straightforward. Taxpayers deserve value for every dollar they provide to our city. That means protecting core services. It means controlling spending and identifying efficiencies before asking taxpayers to pay more. It means finding new revenues without automatically relying on property tax. It means using technology to deliver services faster. It means managing more than $20 billion in cities' capital assets responsibly and strategically. So as the chair, I'm really proud of the measurable progress documented in this report. I really want to thank everyone who contribute their effort and time in this committee. So with that, I'm fully support this report. I really appreciate all the great works by the city. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks so much. Councillor Joe, as chair, just gave, I think, some great highlights of the work that's been done here. And I want to thank him as well as my colleague, Councillor Dominato, and of course, all the staff that worked hard on these recommendations. I just want to zero in on some of the permitting improvements because I think they're extremely significant in terms of the timelines that have been cut down. Just some highlights here. On business licenses, the current processing time is now 2 days as opposed to 16 weeks in 2022. That's a 98% improvement, and that is hugely significant. Another highlight, commercial renovation permits are now being issued 40% faster in 2025 versus 2022. Laneway housing processing times for permits cut in half. 92% of simple renovation permits are now being issued within the target of 3 days. Development permits are now being issued 46% faster in 2025 versus 2023, and has basically been cut in half to 9 months versus 18. So you might think, okay, lots of stats, like why does this matter? I mean, these extended permit times that we were facing before this work began add cost for small business when they're waiting to get permits to renovate their spaces. They added cost for home buyers and renters because it took longer to get permitting for development. So I'm really proud of a lot of the work that's been done in this report, and I encourage any members of the public who are listening to take a look because there's tons of detail in there, way more than I can describe right now. But I think, council through this process has really driven a lot of really positive change here at the city, and we have a lot to be proud of. So I'm excited to endorse this report and receive it for information. Thanks.
Okay, thanks very much. So that concludes item 6. We're now on to item 5. And now we're on to item 7, the single room occupancy SRO upgrade grant for 310 Alexander and single room accommodation SRA demolition and conversion permits for 222 Kiefer Street, 160 East Hastings, and 956 Main Street. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? This item does not have a team member presentation. Council, you have 5 minutes to ask questions to team members. Councillor Orr.
Oh, there's no speakers?
No.
Okay.
No, it does have, there's one speaker. But you have the opportunity to ask questions right now.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, just a few questions on changing, specifically 310 Alexander, just sort of changing the housing agreement from 100% shelter to 33% shelter, essentially. The report, there's a paragraph in the report that says, further, the society has worked with staff to negotiate revised housing agreement terms that ensure that rooms are occupied by low-income tenants, while also providing the society flexible to continue primarily to house seniors. The revised housing condition require that 1/3 of the rooms are occupied only by persons eligible for income assistance or OAS, and the guaranteed income supplement rented at rental rates no higher than the shelter component of income geared to income for a period of 10 days. So this suggests to me that changing the agreement to require only 1/3 of units be at shelter rate, in fact, does the opposite of ensuring that the rooms are occupied by low-income tenants. So 2/3 of tenants will have to pay more rent. Can I get somebody to confirm that?
Monica Church, Senior Planner with S. Rosen Supportive Housing. Thanks for the question. So the initial agreement actually secured 1/3 of the units at shelter rates. And so the society wasn't able to meet those conditions because the majority of their tenants are seniors and actually don't pay the $500 of income assistance. They pay a little bit more because it's rent geared to income for basically seniors that receive OAS or GIS.
Okay. Is there anything the city can do to sort of increase that affordability in terms, like maybe CHIP grants or anything like that? Is there any sort of options that the city can?
So this is a building that's city-owned under a long-term lease with Veterans Manor Memorial Society, and so they don't receive any external subsidies. And so this is the negotiation we arrived at in terms of being able to secure some level of affordability without kind of compromising the overall viability. The CHIP grants are for new construction, and this is an existing SRO.
Okay. And then I guess just some questions around, I guess 160. I guess that's the Regent, which is good to see this finally moving forward. Does this mean that there's some federal funding, or is there's those conversations are happening?
This the region is actually being funded by the province through their supportive housing fund and their capital renewal fund.
Oh, that's excellent to hear. Okay, that's all my questions.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. So Speaker 2 has withdrawn. So would somebody like to move the motion? Councillor Kirby-Young, seconded by Councillor Dominato. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the voting panel, please, and cast your vote. Councillor Kirby-Young? There you go. Okay. So that passes with all present in favor, and Councillor Bly and Councillor and Mayor Sim absent. Okay. Going on now to item 11. Community Economic Development Hub, the Hub, sublease at 188 Jackson. And before we begin this item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? This item does not have a team member presentation. Councillor Kirby-Young, you held this item. You have 5 minutes to ask questions. I'll just put you on the queue here.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I just wanted to ask for some clarification to staff because it wasn't very explicit to me in this report. It's sort of described as a community economic development hub. And when I think of something like a hub, I think of something perhaps more substantive, like 312 Main, et cetera. Is this really what is actually going to be housed here? And is this really more, is this community economic development, is it really also functioning as provision of daytime indoor gathering space that we are short of? Can you just provide a bit more perspective on this?
Thank you for the question. Jody Sider-Jones, Managing Director, Social Policy and Projects within ACCS. The Community Economic Development Hub is further to the Community Economic Development Strategy and further to the Uplifting Downtown East Side priority. It represents a space for entrepreneurship, skills development, and economic generation above low barrier economic employment. And so it's really very much geared
What will it
towards,
be?
Sorry?
What is intended to actually
So-
take place there?
It supports the current Downtown East Side Community Corner Market, which is the indoor market that moves street vending indoors successfully on Main Street and then to its new temporary location. So it'll hold a 7,000 square foot market, and that supports the income generation for community vendors to get them out of street vending and into a more stable form of entrepreneurship, and it's supported by the Benners Project.
So it's continuing the indoor location of the market so that we don't have outside street vending?
So that's one of three key aspects. The second is a community space that can support skills building workshops that is open to community to be able to do workshops and skills building. And the third area is the incubator kitchen, which supports the ability to increase entrepreneurship and building up startup businesses in community, particularly for equity seeking populations.
Okay. I understand from the way that the report is written that this report is sort of inextricably linked to the actual overall building development. Why didn't it come forward as a package at that time? Why is it coming forward as a separate grant? Because it's not approving this really sort of puts the project in jeopardy. So why was this separated out?
Ryan Bigelow, Managing Director of Non-Market Housing Development. The broader partnership with PHS, the nonprofit delivery partner, was brought forward much earlier in the process when we were looking for that funder to go and secure all of the social housing funding needed for the project. So we needed to do that much earlier on. And then it took some time to work out all the terms with the different funders related to the overall ground lease and then this related sublease. So those have all been settled, and you see the sublease terms in this report. So it took a bit of time to settle that.
Okay, so given that's asking for $10 million, then is the long-term view that this will continue the three sort of purposes described above, that this is going to be activity extending for some time?
Yes.
Okay, and who's running it? We're still going to do it on a lease with Benners?
So ACCS will answer the operator side.
With respect to the community economic development CED space within the overall property, there's an operator selection process that is carried out in the two steps of EOI and then RFP. So the operator is yet to be determined.
So we don't know who's going to operate it, which is a very key measure of success on a lot of these projects.
And then we bring that decision back to council for the operator selection process as well. I mean, they absolutely have to meet the key determinants that's defined by this. I expect that we would see some of the key community partners that we have had very successful relationships with in this type of delivery.
Can I get clarity on that before I run out of time? So you're asking council to authorize a sublease with PHS, and then PHS is we're still going to determine the operator? It's because this is a sublease. I just want to get really clear on this, because we've had situations where there's been what has felt like a bait and switch, and it's ended up being different operators, or people can sublease without council's approval, and I'm just not clear based on the answers.
Just to clarify, so the city owns the property, would be leasing to PHS to develop the overall project, and then upon completion, the city will sublease this hub space, which in turn ACCS will procure an operator to operate this
So
hub
on
space.
completion, when the city subleases it, who owns the space on completion?
So we will have a sublease interest upon completion of the project. And we will continue to own the land through a
Is it
ground lease.
jointly owned, and what percentage between the city and who else, PHS?
No, so PHS will have the remainder of the project. The city will own the land, and then we'll have this sublease of the
For a
hub.
second round, please, Chair. So give me a comment. Why can't we get these details clear so we don't have to, I don't have to feel like a detective finding this out? Because it really feels like I'm doing a lot of sifting, trying to get to a clear line of sight on this project.
Okay.
So can you carry on for me, please, on terms of the ownership of the space?
Yep. So the overall project, right, is the city will own the land. We'll ground lease that land to PHS. PHS will develop the project. Upon completion of the project, PHS will continue to own through a ground lease, the housing component of the project. The city will sublease this hub space, right?
And does
so
the
it
city
will,
continue to own the subspace
yes, so it will own that through its
entirety?
sublease, right?
in its entirety?
Yep.
Because you just said partial ownership and now you're saying full ownership.
If I misspoke, I'm sorry. I
That's why I'm
didn't mean to say partial if I said that, yeah. So the part of the project, so the hub will be subleased by the city from PHS. So we will effectively have ownership of that space.
Okay, so we will own it. We will have control over who we lease it to.
Yep.
It could be this group, it could be another one in the future. We can change the use of it. We can do a number of different things with it.
Yep, within the confines of this sublease, yes.
Okay. And the $10 million is not necessarily commensurate with the cost of the space retrofit. It's related to the overall project economics?
It's it is the cost to develop the space, so it is on a cost basis.
So the $10 million is directly attributable to the cost of finishing or refurbishing the space?
Yes.
That's clear. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks very much. Can I get a mover and a seconder for this item? Councillor Fry, seconded. Councillor Maloney. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, we will go to the voting panel, please. Kirk. Your vote's in there now. And that passes unanimously with all
Chair,
council.
Councillor Bly's on the phone. I just need a vote assistant favor.
Oh, okay.
I've been online. I don't
Okay.
know if the clerks missed
Yeah.
that.
Thanks, Councillor. Yeah, we'll make sure you're recorded there. Camera is on. Okay. Okay. All right. So staff wish to withdraw item 12. Some changes have come to light that staff need to work on. So That being the case, we are going to move to item 13.
Procedure?
Uh,
Since we're just finding out about the desire to withdraw item 12 well into the meeting, not at the beginning of the meeting, there was a lot of speakers expecting to speak to this one. And so my first point of procedure is, were they notified? And then my second question is, what happens to this item and this lease and this commitment that this council has made? Can this come back to the January 28th scheduled council meeting?
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the question, and apologies for the last minute changes. The changes are procedural and administrative, Councillor. We just haven't had enough time between a change that we've made or suggested that would advance and enhance the project. As of this morning to now, we're just trying to work with the clerks on what the procedural changes would be. I can outline what the changes are if you like. But they are administrative in that we actually have to go through the process to actually get them inserted into the council report. But I'm happy to talk about the changes if you would.
Well, but since council is not considering the item, I don't think procedurally we can do that. We're either considering the matter or we're not. But my question, Chair, and following up through you is, can this come to the July 28th meeting? And I literally 5-10 minutes ago had a speaker asking me when this item was coming up. So this seems to be very unusual in terms of giving notice. So I would like, and I don't know if staff need a recess, I would like to know if council can dispose of this item in this term before we stand down.
I believe we've been confirmed for July the 28th.
For sure. Can council be assured of that if we move on with the rest of the agenda? And if
I'm getting a thumbs up from the city manager.
we can? Okay, and thank you, I appreciate that. And then are the speakers being notified then? Because they were all literally standing by. A number of them were. It seems,
the clerk.
that we should let them know.
Confirming that the speakers have been notified.
Make sure.
A moment. Yep.
Can you stop my timer, please? Leslie, can you stop my timer, please?
Yep. So to answer the question about whether speakers have been notified, a message has gone out through X, and also they are receiving an email
Right now.
Right now.
Any further questions, Councilor?
No, I would just ask if we know that this may happen, that we provide a bit more notice. Speakers are actually on their way here. It seems regrettable. Thanks.
I would concur with that. So with that, I'm going to just move on to now item 13 and look forward to an update on this item coming back to council on the 28th. Okay. So item 13, City 1 rezoning 2806 to 2890 East Broadway, 2813 to 2881 East 10th Avenue, and 2528 2580 Castle Street. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? This item was held by Councillor Orr. Councillor Orr, you have this item has a presentation. We have team members here to present this item, and so would the see any?
Move to waive presentation.
Okay, can I? We have a motion to waive the presentation. Okay, seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, so that passes. Councillor Orr, you have you're on deck.
Yeah, I literally held this report so we could see the presentation. It's a massive site. 4 towers ranging in height from 49 to 45 towers, 73 space childcare, dental office, commercial residential uses. Yes, 1386 strata units, 573 rentals. I just think it would be good for the public to, sort of have a little daylight into this. It's a historic site as well. It's one of the unique sites in the Rupert Renfrew plan. I think I can't remember how many there were 7 or 8 or something like that. I guess I have one question in terms of there is city-owned land quite close to this development. And there's also the City Reach facility that acts currently as a food recovery distribution hub. And there is also like some art spaces like Vivo that are nearby. I just want to maybe get some clarity on what kind of impacts there would be to that city-owned land. Would the city would there be a sort of increase in land lift, and would the city be looking to sort of
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I actually haven't really thought about and or considered the impact, but it's a really good question. We'll get back to you on that. But could you repeat it to me again?
It's just essentially with this massive sort of, like I said, these 4 massive towers are going,
Right.
and we're going to improve this space, sort of slightly industrial area, not a lot of, hasn't been improved a lot. Will that be putting a lot of pressure on that city-owned building and the art space and City Reach and so there's some of those services that exist in that area that kind of take advantage of the fact that it hasn't really been improved, and will there be pressure on the city, in fact, to
Enhance it or
enhance their own
I
space?
can certainly look at what the usage is. We could look at what the leases are. We could make sure that there's not an impact. But it's a great question, and we'll get back to you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I appreciate
Of
that.
course.
That's all my questions.
Okay, would somebody like to move the motion, please? Councillor Dominato, seconded Councillor Joe. Council members, any discussion? Okay, we will, Councillor Orr, whoops, sorry, no. We'll go to the voting panel, please, clerk. Register your vote. Okay, so that passes with all present in favor. Okay, moving on to 1 second. Item 19, CD1 rezoning, 1045 Harrow Street. Is that correct? Oh, did I miss 18? Didn't see the number on my sheets here. One moment. I'm sorry. Yeah, it is item 18, CD1 rezoning 375 East First Avenue. Before we begin this item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? This item was held by Councillor Orr. This item has a presentation. We have team members here to present this item.
Move to waive presentation.
Moved by Councillor Montague. Any seconder? Councillor Joe. All in favor of waiving the presentation? Any opposed? Okay, so that passes. So we will continue on. So Councillor Orr, did you want to go into queue and ask questions? I'll advance you. Go ahead. Oops, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, once again, another massive rezoning. Would love to have seen the presentation. Would love to have heard from the applicant. 40 and 35 story buildings, 639 strata units, 482 rental units, 32 in-kind social housing. It's a big space. There's also 22 room hotel, 225 room hotel. And very little below market. So I guess my question is, my timer's also at 3 minutes, by the way.
Okay.
I don't know what's going on there. So of all these number of units, 32 equals 3% set aside for social housing. Of that 3%, 30% are supposed to be at Hills. So really, this is 10 units of below market out of 1156. So it's like under 1%, essentially below market in this. Is that correct?
Thank you very much, Councillor Orr, for the question. My name is Chi Chan. I'm the rezoning planner, file manager for this application. Yes, there are currently 32 units. It's about 26-ish thousand square feet of floor area. But just to note that the city will own these spaces. We'll get an operator to operate them, and it's always the city's goal to try to deepen the level of affordability beyond the minimum requirement of social housing.
For sure. I'm just like, this seems like a lot of, for this sort of level of amenity or below market, this seems like we're giving the applicant quite a lot of leeway in terms of what was in the original plan for that area. We're looking at average rents of for one bedroom of nearly $90,000. So I have a question on the public space here. Would this be would this be enclosed? It's one of those pops type things. Would this be indoor, enclosed, an atrium space? It says, and then privately owned outdoor space that the staff report notes is inadequate. So can you talk to a bit about that?
Thank you very much for the question. So yes, there are two public spaces, privately owned outdoor space. The outdoor one will likely be open for like more time of the day. There is no plan to close that off. In terms of the interior public space, the opening hours are still under discussion with the applicant, but the applicant has signaled their intention to keep it open as long as feasible for business, for security, and for enjoyment of that space.
And that's up to, essentially it's up to the operator, or?
We will be negotiating that with the applicant as we secure the SRW over that space, which will also indicate the opening hours at the subsequent development permit stage.
Okay, and then can you talk a little bit about this cultural ribbon? Can you just sort of give some color on it?
Thank you. Did you have a specific question about that, or?
I would love to have seen the presentation, but just provide some color on it. I don't know.
Okay, so the cultural ribbon was an element of the Broadway plan that was, it's a sort of walkway. It's intended to land local nation's presence in the area. It's intended to be a unifying link across multiple development sites. It can be expressed in different ways and encompass different things, not just the public space. Could be art, it could be history, it could be knowledge, it could be symbolism. So the cultural ribbon is being expressed in this application through passageway through both the atrium and the western outdoor space.
Okay.
The opportunity for the development of that cultural ribbon is still also being discussed with through the applicant's Indigenous consultant, and will also be discussed with local nations.
Okay, thanks. That's it.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Okay, would somebody like to move the motion? Councillor Joe, second. I get a seconder on this item? Councillor Orr. Okay, all right. We will go to the voting panel, please. Okay, so that passes with all in favor and Councillor Orr abstaining. Okay, so that concludes item 18. So now on to item 19, CD1 rezoning 1045 Harrow Street and 830850 Thurlow Street. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? This item was held by Councillor Orr. It has a presentation. We have team members here to present this item. 8 slides. And would the applicant like to make a presentation? Applicant is not here. did not hear that we're waiving the, oh, is that the applicant coming in now? Hi, are you here to present on the Arrow Street project? Okay. You have the podium if you'd like to make any remarks or take any questions, okay? The other podium on the other side. Okay. Okay, Councillor Orr, you held this item. Do you have, would you like to ask some questions?
By the staff or?
Yeah, staff, is there a presentation coming forward?
Thanks, Counselor. We do have a presentation. I just need a moment to set it up.
Okay.
That's okay.
We'll just take a second to do that. Have a seat now.
Oh no, I can't seem to share. Okay. All right, looks like that we're getting something going here. Are you able to see my screen? Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry for the delay. Good afternoon. My name is Teen. I'm a senior planner in the Rezoning Center. The presentation before you today is for CD1 rezoning at 1045 Harrow and 830 Thurlow Street. Next slide, please. Sorry, I don't know if I'm able to control it or not. Try that. Okay. Okay. Shown in red, we have a site along on the north side of Harrow Street west of Thurlow Street, and it's currently developed with a 3-story commercial building containing retail and office uses with another 7-story apartment building that contains 160 rental units with 87 tenancies eligible for tenant protection. The Vancouver Official Development Plan generalized land use designation for this site is residential high-rise 2, which consists of high-rise residential apartments over 26 stories. Lower density forms and compatible non-residential uses are also permitted. The proposal before you is being considered under the West End Plan and the rezoning policy for the West End. Redevelopment here along the corridor is permitted for mixed-use residential buildings with heights up to 550 feet or up to the Queen Elizabeth view cone. Density is not listed in the plan. Instead, we manage form and development through urban design performance. The proposal before you is for a 26 and 25-story building in the West End Community Plan area. It has a maximum building height of 265 feet, and it has a density of 10.6 FSR. The proposal consists of residential with commercial. It has a total of 542 rental units with 22 below-market rental units, a private daycare facility, as well as commercial space on the ground floor. This is expected to be operated by the YWCA. In terms of public consultation, during the public engagement period, we did hear that there was support for additional housing, as well as support for the proposed height and the overall form, which was appropriate for the Burrard Corridor and the West End. Concerns were related to height being excessive, the separation between adjacent buildings not being sufficient, concerns about blocked views, new shadowing impacts, construction impacts, and the loss of affordable rental. Regarding height and density concerns, the proposal is aligned with policy. To further minimize shadowing, the massing is also stepped back on the upper floors to minimize shadowing cast onto adjacent streets and sidewalks. In terms of construction and traffic impacts, there are rezoning conditions that are required for new public pedestrian use, sidewalks, boulevards, curb ramps, and speed bumps. At the permitting stage, a street use mitigation plan will be required to minimize construction impacts and ensure accessibility is maintained around the site. And finally, regarding affordability, there are expected to be 520 new rental units, for which 22 units are expected to be below market rents, which contribute to the city's overall rental housing stock. In terms of public benefits, the expected DCL contribution is almost $15 million, along with a public art contribution, generating a public benefit of almost $16 million. Other benefits include 542 rental units and 22 below market rental units. In conclusion, staff do support this CD1 rezoning application in the West End, subject to conditions in Appendix B. And as you know, the applicant team is here as well, should council have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now a question for the applicant, whether you have any comments or would like me. So none. Okay. Council members, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions, and Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. A clarifying question. I think you mentioned concerns that may have been raised around tower separation in your comments. Is this compliant with policy in terms of tower separation from adjacent sites and buildings?
Certainly, yeah. Our colleague on the line, Hiroko, is able to answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the question. My name is Hiroko Kobayashi. I'm a senior development planner. Yes, that's correct. And both of the two towers in the between, yes, complies with the tower separation. Also, we reviewed at the adjacent site as well, and it complies with the tower separation requirement.
Okay, thank you. And my other question is just, what do we, in the context of this application, what do we anticipate in terms of
development along, high-rise development along Thurlow. What's in the pipeline?
Oh, what's in the pipeline or what do we?
Is there quite a lot in the pipeline for along Thurlow at this time?
Yes, I think along the Broad Corridor, we have probably approved or in the pipeline or under construction, probably around a dozen projects, I would say, somewhere around there, which is all in alignment with where the rezoning policy anticipates change to be.
Okay. I'll just note, we received correspondence from a resident, and one point that they highlighted, which I know downtown corridor, downtown neighborhoods are seeing, is with a lot of construction. While they appreciate there's some disruption, it's also the noise. And so I just wanted to share that, is that was one reflection of, and I realize we can't control everything, but that is something that downtown residents are experiencing more and more. It's just with the new construction, the noise around that. So I'm just identifying that as an issue. I'll leave it there. I know Councillor Orr has some questions. Thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Orr.
Thanks. Yeah, a couple questions on the tenants. There's so in the report it says 110, but then in the presentation I believe you said 160. I think I saw 160 somewhere else. So 87 out of 160. Is that correct?
Brian Wong, rezoning planner. Yes, that's correct. There's 160 rental units, 110 tenancies. 87 tenancies are eligible for tenant protections. Perhaps the applicant can speak more about the tenants.
Go right ahead. Oh, sorry, we gotta get a mic here. Got a mic? There we go. Sorry. Go ahead.
Through the chair. Thank you for the question, Councillor Orr. So currently, as the staff did, we have 160 rental units within the complex. 87 of the tenants do qualify. We have been keeping these units occupied during this rezoning period, trying to address the affordability, but also just to have housing available as we go through this process.
I see. So most of the people that don't qualify are people who have kind of recently moved in because you've kept the building open. Tell me a little bit about the building. I've been in this building before. It's not terribly old. I believe it was built in the late 80s. Is that correct?
Around 1970.
70s? Oh, okay. I thought it was a little newer than that. And so the quality of the building is something where you feel like the site should be redeveloped.
That's correct. We've been renovating the units since we purchased it a few years ago. To be able to have them in a state that it can actually be occupied. This was a residential strata unit before it was converted to a rental building about 5 years ago.
Okay, I see. And then maybe just, I guess, can you speak to a little bit about the acquisition? I mean, this was a pretty controversial zoning a few years ago in terms of it would have blocked the views. It was, origami type shape, and that went out of the way. Can you sort of tell me how your acquisition is dealing with things differently, dealing with the site differently, and dealing with obviously with the inclusion of 3.8% below market in the project?
Absolutely. Through the chair. So I can't speak to the past application that was
right.
on our company,
But
but for myself, we have redesigned the site so that we stay within the view cones. So that was a material aspect for when we acquired the site. The other major change that we made was it was a strata application previously. We're now a rental application. At Chard, we've had the privilege of partnering with the Y on multiple projects. And so we're using the same type of format and one that we're about to open at Cascades at Southwest Marine. And so we've had a great partnership and relationship with the YWCA, and we saw this as a unique opportunity to include them. And so that was part of our thesis when we acquired the site a few years ago.
Oh, great. Thanks. That's some clarity for sure. And then for the private childcare, will the YWCA also be operating that, or?
We've had discussions with them, but it's unknown at this time.
All right. That's all my questions. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. Okay. So with that, we will have a vote. Can I get a motion to mover from Councillor Orr, seconder Councillor Kirby-Yung? Okay. Clerk, please take us to the voting panel. Okay, that passes unanimously with all present. Okay. Next is item 20, CD1 rezoning 2406-2490 Renfrew Street and 2905-2911 East Broadway. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? This item was held by Councillor Orr. This item has a presentation.
Move to waive presentation.
Can I get a seconder? Seconding Councillor Zhou. Any, all in favor of waiving the presentation? Opposed? Okay, that carries. Okay, so, council members, we have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members and the applicant. Are there any questions? Councillor Orr.
Yeah, thanks. Not as big of a project as some of the other ones, but I still think it's a significant site in terms of the sort of land acquisition process. 339 market rentals and no BMR. So that's going to be my question around that. And in terms of sort of current tenants, I believe there are no tenants under TRPP. I just want to get some clarification under that. I will note my time is at 3:40 already. But yeah, my main question is just the sort of, again, the history of this site in terms of in 2022, council approved a rezoning application for the site, which consisted of 14-story mixed-use development containing 180 market rental units, of which 20% of the residential floor area was secured as moderate income rental housing units. So I guess my question is sort of what happened to those units, the requirement for those units, and why did it not sort of carry over into this new project?
Austin Norrie, rezoning planner on the line. Yes, you are correct. There was a previous rezoning in 2022, and that was a MERP project securing 20%. We do have housing on the line that can provide more information for you.
Hello, Sarah Robin in Housing. Thank you for the question. That's correct. There was a MERP project that was approved and then has been going through the development permit stage. But since that time, due to change in plan and policy for the area, the applicant has decided to submit this current rezoning under the Rupert Renfrew plan.
Oh, so it's under the Rupert Renfrew plan. So this went from a 14-story building to now a 31-story tower. What are we doing is essentially sort of to kind of prevent people from sitting on these applications waiting for a change in policy. This time seems like they're getting double the floors and now none of the residential floor area for affordability.
Thank you, Councillor Orr, Templar Sanctuary Nice District Director Rezoning. So effectively, we don't have tools at the moment to compel projects to enact or to proceed. It is subject to them in the market. We have heard through the pilot, through MERP program, that it was very difficult and only a few actually did proceed to permitting stage. As policies do evolve, we do see applicants come in and try through the new policy doors. This application has applied pursuant to our policies, which didn't require the BMR in this location for this type of project.
Okay, can you just walk me through that again? Is it because it's why exactly does it not qualify?
So as the plan was developed for this area, this location was not identified for that through our CAC and kind of financial testing analysis. Market rental was deemed appropriate for this location largely because of the east side economics as well.
I see. Okay, and it's would this be in one of the TOA zones or?
It is as well.
Which tier would that be?
Tier 2.
Tier 2, and what do we allow for?
Minimum 4 FSR, minimum 12 stories under the TOA legislation.
And BMR or no?
BMR is not a component of TOA
yes.
legislation yet.
Okay, that's probably all my questions.
Thanks very much. Okay, can I get a motion to? Okay, moved by Councillor Dominato, second by Councillor Zhou. Council members, any discussion? Okay, seeing none, we will take this to the voting panel, please, clerk. Okay, that passes with support of all present. Okay. Going on to item 25, CD1 rezoning 7525 Canby Street. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose?
Move to waive presentation.
Okay. Can I get a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Zhou. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Okay. So, council members, item was held by Councillor Orr. The council members, you have 5 minutes to ask questions of team members and the applicant. Are there any questions? Councillor Orr?
Yeah, I wanted to see the presentation on this as well. Seems like a really interesting project in terms of using mass timber. I don't really have any questions. I really just wanted to see what that would look like, and for the public to see what that would look like. 'Cause I know that staff are not requiring the standard 20% below market rental component because of that. Maybe just walk me through that, and because it is a unique building, and because it is using mass timber. In terms of that, this is an emerging building typology, I think is what the report says. So if you could kind of walk me through that.
Thanks for the question, Councillor. My name is Andrew Misiak. I'm the rezoning planner on this project. Staff performed a financial analysis, pro forma review on the project. Excuse me. And because of the expensive, the construction costs and consulting fees, there wasn't any lift that was identified. So that's part of the reason why the below market rental wasn't required. As well, housing staff were also supportive of the mass timber technology as well, and that's why they waived that requirement. And if you'd like some additional detail on that, we have housing staff as well as staff from real estate services on the line to supplement.
No, that's okay.
Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, I'll follow up on that. You mentioned the fact it's mass timber and the increased cost. Are you saying that it's more expensive than concrete in this particular project?
Maybe for that question, it would be better to turn that over to the applicant.
Sure. I welcome more information on that. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Evan Lewis with West Group. Yes, we are seeing that for this project, the mass timber typology is driving a cost premium.
So are you saying the cost is higher than concrete? So I guess my next question is then why are you doing this?
As the report mentions, it's an innovative building typology that we're interested in, and we think that there's ways to bridge that gap to seek some grants and funding from senior levels of government to make this more viable.
Okay, based on the fact it's mass timber.
Correct.
Okay, thanks to the applicant for being here. Just back to staff quickly. If it was concrete, would you have still done a similar analysis as to whether or not below market was viable or not? Or is there any requirement on this site for below market within the development if it was concrete? Oh.
You're good, yeah. Okay. Sorry.
You okay?
Yep, I'm good.
Okay, good.
Thank you for the question. So a fair question as well. We will review the project as submitted, and it's conditioned accordingly for mass timber. If it were concrete, we would have reviewed it as a concrete building. What we will say is the project is being considered both under the official development plan and our mass timber for rezoning policies as a mass timber project. It's a C1 zone to begin with, so we would look at the existing zoning compared to the proposed zoning. So if it were coming in as a concrete rental building, it would have been evaluated, and we could have pursued those negotiations too, but that wasn't the project we...
Okay, but just to be clear, like there's no requirement for say 10% below market in this area or 20% below market in this area like we see with other areas.
Yeah, so this is Canby corridor, so it's somewhat agnostic to the heights and density or to the tenure. I think earlier proposals did look at a 6-story strata, for example.
Okay, great. Thanks for answering those questions.
Thanks, Councillor. Can I get a mover and moved and Councillor Dominato, and I did see Councillor Zhou's hand go up. So, okay. So, any further discussion on this item, Council? Seeing none, let's go to the voting panel, please, Clerk. Okay. They're live voted. Very good. Okay. Great. All right. So that passes unanimously with all present. Thank you very much. Okay. Next item is item 26, CD1 rezoning 2611 Victoria Drive. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? This item
Move
was...
to waive presentation.
Okay. Can I get a seconder for waiving the presentation? Sorry, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I'd actually, maybe through you, a point of procedure. I'm wondering what the process would be to refer this to public hearing, this particular item.
Okay.
And I think it's worthy of actually seeing a presentation before, I was on the queue. But.
One moment.
Okay.
We can maybe get staff to respond. Templar?
Yeah, happy to answer the question. So this matter has been referred to public hearing. Sorry, this is consistent with the... Sorry, thank you. So this project is consistent with the Vancouver Official Development Plan and consistent with the land use designations and predominantly residential. So a public hearing is prohibited under the Vancouver Charter pursuant to Bill 18. So we can't refer to a public hearing. This is council for decision today.
Is it consistent with the ODP? I understand it's not with the transit-oriented.
So in the Grandview Woodland Plan and the Vancouver Official Development Plan, we identified this area as a high-density 1 mixed use. So it's up to 26 stories mixed use. It has mixed use and it's within 26 stories. So it's deemed consistent with the Vancouver Official Development Plan, notwithstanding there are other policy issues that have been identified in the report.
Including the
view cones and whatnot.
View cones and whatnot. Okay. All right. And, okay, I will, where does it say that, sorry, I'm going to jump off for a second and consult with.
Okay. Sorry, one moment. One moment. Got a motion on the floor before Councillor Fry on. I thought he was speaking to the motion, but it was actually another question. So we have a motion on the floor to waive the presentation, just to be clear on that one. So, so I'll call the vote on that one. All those in favor? Any opposed? I'm sorry, waiving the presentation on this item. Okay, yeah, okay, so that passes. Thanks very much. Okay, so I'm going to advance you, Councillor Dominato.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Through you, I have a point of information to staff, just to clarify and confirm. The recommendation is that this be referred back to staff to undertake planning work regarding the public views guidelines, Trout Lake 27.1. Is that correct? That is the recommendation before council today?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Councillor Kirby-Young?
Yeah, also following up on that, I was on the queue for a similar point of procedure, point of information is that if council is to pass this report, just to be very clear for the public, because I know that council received a lot of correspondence on this item, and people were concerned that approving it would conflict with council's previous direction to protect and support Trout Lake view cones and for staff to do more work on that. That was a piece that was pulled out of the view cone guidelines, specifically recognizing kind of the importance of the Trout Lake view cones. And so I just do want to clarify that for the public, if staff can be very crystal clear, that approving this is not approving the project. It is sending the project back to staff to undertake more planning work about the public view guidelines in the context of the previous direction that council gave, which is that it aspires to protect those view cones to the best of the ability while also delivering housing. Is that a fair summary?
That's a fair summary, Councillor, yes.
Okay, so people should not think that this If there's an affirmative vote here, it means the project has passed. It means that it's going back to staff for more work.
Correct. As mentioned, our presentation, though it's been waived, got into some of the details associated with that. But if you were to approve the recommendations, it's to refer back pending the outcome of that future report back on the direction you've already given us to go look at the view cones further. And I will note just procedurally, we've also got the applicant here who can speak to the project if they wish as well.
Okay, can I ask one follow-up, if I might? And that is, what does undertake further planning work really mean? Does it look at things like the height of the building? Does it look at things like design, so it's less intrusion in view cones? What is sort of the nature of that?
Yeah, I'll just ask Kevin Spence to come up and speak to the nature of the work and the report back timing.
Thank you.
So the work on Trout Lake is going to be undertaken independent of the merits of this application, just to ensure that we are taking a good comprehensive look at the merits of the view cone. If council were to approve changes to the view cone, then the expectation would be that any applications that come forward after that would then have to be revised or not to respond to those changes.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. I appreciate that about the view cones globally. Just zeroing in a bit more on my question, which is really around what does the nature of the undertaking further planning work mean for this project? Does it mean this project is essentially put on ice or is on hold pending the public view cone work? Or does it mean that we are working with the applicant on this application? That's what I'm looking for clarity on.
I'll hand it over to Jason Olenek to respond to that.
Thanks. Sorry to jump in. Jason Olick, Director of Development Planning. This application will go on hold pending the view cone updates. The tentative schedule for that involves public consultation, review of housing options, review of views, review of land use and alignment with the TOA policy. So it'll be a comprehensive look at that policy framework before this application can get processed.
Okay, that's very clear. I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Zhou.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Also, a point of information to staff through you, Chair. So I think there's a possibility if one project generates a lot of public interest, even it is aligned with ODP, council can still refer to public hearing, right? Can you confirm?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. So if the project is consistent with the Vancouver Official Development Plan and predominantly residential, Council is prohibited from referring it to a public hearing despite the speaker volume. So it just goes straight to daytime council. It still gives the public the opportunity to speak to staff, to submit comments through our engagement process, to write to council, which are logged and submitted as part of your package for council as well. So there's still an opportunity for the public to engage. But if the project is consistent with the official development plan and predominantly residential, a public hearing is prohibited under the charter.
Even it is significantly interest from the public.
Correct.
Okay. There's no way to refer this one. There's no way at all.
The charter pursuant to Bill 18 prohibits it.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Maloney?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you could elaborate on the mechanism that allows us to, gives us the discretion to refer this back to staff for further work rather than being compelled to make a decision today.
Yeah, well, effectively, it is one form of decision you can make. So procedurally, both under your procedure bylaw as well as our development approval procedure bylaw, council effectively has 4 options at any given time. You can approve the project, you can refuse the project, you can approve the project with conditions, or you could refer it back to staff for further work. In this case, the recommendation from staff is the latter, to refer back pending the outcome of that other work, at which point, at that point, that project could come back to council in another form.
So, and that's similar to whichever policy we might be working on in any aspect of the city's activities. Like, for example, we've got the TRPP review, we've got the tall buildings policy review happening. So any of those, it's just up to us whether we defer, we vote to refer things back to staff pending the completion of those policies.
Correct. Effectively, in any rezoning decision that council has to make, whether it's in a public hearing or in a council forum, you've got those 4 options at your disposal.
Great. That's very helpful. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay. Would somebody like to move the motion? Okay. It's already been moved to seconded. Thanks for... Oh, that was waived with presentation. So Councillor Dominato, seconded by Councillor Kirby-Yung. Okay. Any further discussion from council? Okay, we'll go to the voting panel, please, clerk. And that passes in favor with all present. Thanks very much. Okay, next item. 27, CD1 rezoning 807-819 Hornby Street and 908-948 Robson Street. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? This item was held by Councillor Orr.
Move to waive presentation.
I hear a motion to waive the presentation. Can I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Zhou. All those in favor? Any opposed? So we're going to waive the presentation. So council, would you get on the queue if you have any questions? Okay, moved and seconded. Clerk, please take us to the voting panel. Mr. Dominato. Okay, so that passes with Councillor Orr in opposition. Okay, so moving on to okay, here. So that concludes that part of the council business. We now have a notice of council members' motions. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Chair, a procedure, I don't think we do have notice of motions because we do not have a standing committee meeting. Is that before, I'm on the queue for an item of urgent business.
From the clerk,
and also my clock is at 3 minutes 15.
So if there are council member motions put forward today, they would be on the November 18th, 2026 Standing Committee meeting agenda.
Can I ask, before getting into my urgent item, can I ask a point of procedure through you, Chair? I wasn't aware that councillors, it didn't happen last term that I recall, had the ability to put a motion on an agenda for a council that they may or may not sit on. Can we get clarification on that? Because that would be after the fall election. I have not ever heard of that. That's my point of procedure, Chair. Through you to staff, perhaps?
Oh, yeah, the mover would have to be present at the time. So if the mover was not on council at the time, they couldn't put it forward.
Okay, well, we'll just keep going then. I have an item of urgent business, if I may,
you do have an item?
of urgent business.
Okay. Okay.
There's no,
right ahead,
if there's
Councillor.
no,
I'm going to start your timer here because there.
yeah, it's just an LOA request for one that I had missed previously. I emailed it in and the clerk should have that up. It's
Okay.
for July 25th and July 31st.
So request for leave of absence as an urgent motion. That on screen, please, clerk. We're on notices of motion. Council notice of council member motion, and we've established.
Chair, can I pull a point of order on my previous question, please?
Yeah. I'm
with
going to stop
respect-
timer one more time.
Can I suggest a recess just to confer with legal? I just really would like that confirmed.
Okay. We're going to take a 3-minute recess here to kind of get the procedural stuff sorted. Thanks. Councillor Montague, and Bly. Okay, so we have quorum. Councillor Kirby-Yong is not in the chamber right now, but I'm not ruling her point of order is are not in order. So we are actually moving on. The explanation from the clerk is that notices of motion would have to be for the next standing committee on November 17th. We have no notices of motion for November 17th, so we're on to new business, and Councillor Kirby-Yong has tabled a item of a motion of urgent business. So we will continue on with new business and address the motion that she has put on the floor for a leave of absence request. Okay, so that's moved by Councillor Kirby-Yong, second by Councillor Dominato. So I will now call the vote on this leave of absence request. All those I'll just do a show of hands. All those in favor? Any opposed? So that carries. Okay. Councillor Kirby-Yong, any other items right now? Okay. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. I have two motions under new business. One is similar to Councillor Kirby-Yong and LOA, and that is, again, just neglected to put it in, Monday, July 27th, 3:30 to 6:30 p.m. for personal business.
Okay. So seconded by Councillor Kirby-Yong. So I'll get a show of hands on that one. All those in favor? Any opposed? So that carries. Okay. Second motion?
Yes, Chair, thank you. I've circulated, sorry, bear with me here, an urgent motion with respect to CD1 rezoning 111 East Fifth Avenue and 2060 Quebec Street. And the motion, I'll walk through it, and the clerks will bring it up there, is to resolve that council schedule this and refer it to a future public hearing date. And I'll speak to, and this is in accordance with section 559.04 of the Vancouver Charter, where we have to give notice of public hearing. And the rationale for this is that, as many will have noted in the media, there's an inordinate amount of interest in these proposals. We've seen almost nearly 600 written submissions to date. Nearly 200 people have registered to speak, and that's only as of today. As council knows, we are increasingly running out of time to complete the current business. We have a number of public hearings currently underway. And at this point in time, we're at over 1,000 speakers left for all of the items that we have on our agendas coming up. And so I'm recommending that we refer this particular item to a future public hearing date to ensure that there's a fulsome opportunity for the public to participate. Thank you.
Can I get a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Councillor Meisner. Any discussion? I see names in the queue here, but I have to go to the main queue. Put yourself on the main queue if you wish to discuss this item. Councillor Orr?
Can I get some clarity around what this means in terms of a future date? Like what? So would we hear this in September, or when would this be? Point of information.
Thank you very much for the question. We would take this back and look to schedule at a future available public hearing date. Right now, the next public hearings are scheduled in November, December.
So it'd be after the election?
Correct, unless City Manager has extra to add.
Just to share that is correct. There is one challenge just to be aware of and propose an alternative for council's consideration as well. And I know there's a motion on the floor, which is just that a blackout would apply to councillors as the public hearing would be open to speaking about this proposal. Should that blackout not want to apply, an alternative would be, and this was shared, and I know there's a lot happening in real time to council as well, would be to have the matter a reconsideration of the vote from July the 14th that referred this to a public hearing, have that reconsidered, so then council members would be free to speak about this over the next several months, so as an alternative.
Interesting. So, I mean, imagine there'd be, this public interest isn't going to die down over the summer. I imagine this is going to continue. So, I'd like to see something like that, so that we would be able to speak to it. But then, so then, yeah, can we get a reminder of what the vote was on that referral? Was it unanimous? Did everyone vote? That?
Ask our city clerk to speak to it.
We're just checking the minutes.
I'll pause the clock forward.
I believe the decision was unanimous on that matter.
I'm not sure if it was, but
Okay, well, we'll check then.
I don't think I voted for it.
On that one, yeah, I've just
I don't
paused
think
your
I
clock, Counselor.
Can we get a recess to figure that out?
I'm just going to get the answer to that question, and then keep going. Pause your clock. Okay, we're going to take a 2-minute recess. Okay, Council, can I get everybody back in the chamber? Okay, start time. Okay, the clerk has a response for you, Councillor Orr, on the vote.
So we're for referral report 1 CD rezoning 111 East 5th Avenue and 2060 Quebec Street. The report passed with Councillor Fry and Councillor Orr opposed and Councillor Maloney abstaining.
Any sort of further thoughts or comments on that, Councillor Orr?
So then that means I can't reconsider that vote, essentially. Okay. Just, I guess, okay. I'll hop off, maybe hop back on.
Councillor Kirby-Yung.
I'm sorry, Chair. I popped out of the room. Can you just recap for me where we're, like, what the current state is?
So we have the urgent motion on the table. We're in sort of discussion right now of that urgent motion for
Of the motion as it is on the screen?
Councillor Dominato.
Okay, thank you.
Very much. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, so I'm seeking a little bit of clarification, so a point of information through you to the city manager or clerk. Number one, if this public hearing is referred to some future date for a future council, that essentially blacks out any comment from anybody who's seeking office or running or campaigning or what have you, number one. And number two, what does a reconsideration mean? Does this then force a vote on the actual rezoning report, or does this live in limbo somehow?
Thank you very much for the question. And without speaking out of turn for the clerk and city manager, effectively because it's been referred to a public hearing, if this were referred to a future public hearing date, you'd be in that blackout period where any incumbent member of council is prohibited from speaking about it to public or the applicant. If you were to refer back, I understand that that would be a reconsideration motion. Motion has to be moved by someone who voted in favor of the resolution, overturn that, and then you could refer that back to staff, at which point it would be an active live application, not referred, and it would be kind of a normal state of the application as being kind of prior to referral at that point.
Okay, so it will not automatically go to a decision process.
Correct. Yeah, it's not that this motion or a motion to refer back is not a decision on the application other than to either do this or unwind the referral to public hearing.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Just while I have the mic then, Chair, I don't support referring this to a future date that forces a blackout on any comment from incumbent councillors.
Councillor Orr?
So I think I missed something there. This would be a blackout on all candidates? Just the sitting candidates, just the sitting councillors?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think I could support this either.
Okay, so still not entirely clear myself on this one. I'm going to just suggest we do a quick 2-minute recess just for a couple of quick questions to the clerk. Okay, so we will resume the meeting here after recess. Councilor, I'm going to restart your timer. Do you have any further sort of questions or comments on the motion? So what you asked questions about reconsideration, and then we got the dates. Right now, we have the motion on the floor as it stands. But what's clear to us is that if this motion passes, it just means that anybody on council cannot speak about this item until it comes back to public hearing, which would be presumably in November or after the beginning of November. Mr. Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. Just again, point of information, just to clarify, is that if reconsideration was moved instead of the withdrawal, or instead of the motion here, would that mean then it would just at some future date come back to be referred to public hearing? Does that make sense? Is that correct? So if we reconsider the vote that referred it to public hearing, would it then at some later date come back to a future council to refer it to a public hearing?
Correct. So if you were to reconsider the referral motion from earlier on the 14th, the first step would be to bring it back to a council meeting to re-refer to a future public hearing after that.
Okay.
At which point, again, you'd still have the same option and decision before you, which is public hearing or council decision.
Okay, thank you. Hearing that, I'll move to withdraw the motion.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm moving to withdraw the motion on the floor.
Okay, so we have a motion to withdraw the motion. I guess we'll have to do a vote on that.
Councillor Zhou seconded.
We can do a recorded vote on this, please. Yeah, I'll call the vote, please. Go to the voting panel, please, clerk, on approving the withdrawal. Ms. Kirby-Young. Okay. So that passes with Councilor Kirby-Young abstaining. Okay, so Councilor Dominato.
Okay, given the advice we've been given by the city manager and others, I'll move reconsideration of the previous vote, which was to refer this item to public hearing. I don't have the date to cite, so clerks can help me with that.
Just to clarify, if you're going to reconsider, you don't need another date. It's just be undoing.
No, I mean the date of the vote itself, so I can refer that as part of my reconsideration.
So that was July 14th.
July 14th to refer yeah. Okay, so reconsidering the vote from July 14th.
So you've got a motion to reconsider, Councillor?
Yes, I've just moved reconsideration of the vote from July 16th, which referred this item to public hearing. July 14th is what I was just advised by staff.
I get a seconder.
Chair, point of parliamentary procedure.
Go ahead, Councillor Fry.
Just
okay. I'll just advance Councillor Kirby-Young.
I also have a point of procedure. Maybe it may be the same or it might be different than Councillor Fry's, and that is if a reconsideration of the vote passes, and maybe I'm sorry if I was not clear on this, but what happens to this item?
Response from staff.
I'll just stay here. So it's my understanding, unless clerks could help otherwise, that if you rescind that vote, that means that never happened. So it would just be an item on the agenda. I believe you could either leave it as is, or you could provide some direction to refer back to staff as well. But I'll look to clerks if they have any other
Well,
clarification.
Can I follow up through you, Chair? Can you please be a bit more explicit and define leave as is? Leave as is meaning it's on this council agenda's docket, it goes to a future council meeting, what happens?
Yeah, so my understanding, again, if clerks can help otherwise, is it's still an item on the agenda if the vote to reconsider is passed, so it's still there and on the agenda. So I'll just defer to clerks if there's an action or activity
So
that
then
needs to happen.
council has an item of business to dispense with today if the reconsideration passes?
I believe that's the
In
case.
some form?
I believe that's the case, but I'll look to clerks to support me on that one.
Okay, that's what I was looking for clarification on, because that,
Could we recess just 2 more minutes?
sure,
Thank you.
You can stop my time, Chair, thanks. Yeah, I guess that was just, through you, Chair, it was just an opportunity if staff wanted to affirm their previous statement or provide any further clarification.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so just to confirm, as I mentioned before, if the motion to reconsider carries, the original motion is now back on the floor, so it's still part of your business. You have the ability to debate the motion, refer it back, amend it, postpone it, or vote on it. So the motion that would be back on the floor would be to refer to public hearing. If you wanted to do something else after the reconsideration to refer back to staff, we just need a different resolution to refer back to staff.
Okay, because following up, just to be super clear, the original motion back on July 14 was to refer to public hearing.
Correct.
So we would be back to that original one
Correct.
if we vote to reconsider.
Correct.
Okay, that's very clear. Thank you.
Councillor Fry.
No, I think that covered my question. Thank you.
Nominato?
I just want to get more precise on that question. Is what you're saying is it would, a reconsideration would result in that item being on today's agenda?
Correct. If you were to reconsider that motion, it's back on today's agenda, I think immediately after, unless there's some other order of operations that I'm not familiar with, you could immediately pass a second resolution to refer back to staff. So it would be on today's agenda to be concluded as part of today's business.
Right. And a referral back to staff with what rationale?
I'm not certain you actually have to provide rationale, but I think the resolution that you had drafted earlier speaks to some of the intent of your rationale to reconsider in the first place. So if you wanted to introduce some rationale, you could certainly do so. Otherwise, you could simply refer back to staff.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, Chair, that elicited a further follow-up point for me because I just heard, perhaps it's me and I'm not clear, but I thought I heard two different things. What I heard was if we have a reconsideration, we have the original report as it was constructed, which was a staff recommendation to refer to public hearing. And you just, so that is an option, is it not? You just said refer to staff, but the recommendation is to refer it to a future public hearing. Is that not correct?
So again, just for absolute clarity, if you were to reconsider the motion and that motion passed, then the original motion is back on the table, at which point you can debate, make the same decision, a different decision. And if you were to refer back to staff, I was just adding that if you
So
want
refer to staff is one of the options, but
Correct.
not the only option. The other option, just to be crystal clear, is to support the original staff recommendation again, which is to refer to a future public hearing.
Correct. Yeah.
And then that public hearing process carries along as it would normally.
Correct.
With a new date.
With a new date. So again, your option after rescinding is to refer back to staff or to reconsider the same motion, which was to refer to a public hearing.
Right, because council has the same array of choices it would normally have.
Correct.
When it gets a report like that,
Correct.
which is to accept the staff recommendation, not to accept it, so on and so forth.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Councillor Maloney.
I need to clarify. So if this gets, if we reconsider the decision, and then we have to make the decision afresh as to whether we refer it to public hearing or not, and we then refer it to public hearing, then it will have been referred to public hearing, and therefore we won't be able to talk about it.
Correct. But it is still an option for council.
Okay. And an option that would allow us to talk about it between now and a future possible public hearing would be to refer it back to staff.
Correct. At that point, it just puts it back in the staff's court as being not referred.
Okay.
We don't have a standing motion on the floor, do we? We do. Okay, so I'm going to cede the chair to Councillor Deputy Mayor Kirby-Young for a second, just kind of a couple of my own questions. So just so I'm clear here, if we, council decides to vote to reconsider, then a second vote would have to take place that follows that. That would be based perhaps on some of the language you saw earlier about referring to staff for again with not any particular idea other than the stuff that we already outlined here, the concerns around timing and what have you.
Thank you for the question. So again, correct, there's two decisions. One is to rescind the motion, and if that's successful, then the second motion that has to be put forward is the alternative that council wants to consider. I've heard the discussion about refer back to staff. I think you've expressed the commentary in the previous motion that was withdrawn as to the rationale. So I think it's clear what the intention is to staff on that. If you'd like to integrate that into refer back to staff motion, you can. You don't have to do that, though.
Okay. Okay. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. A lot of detailed questions. Appreciate that. It's been a bit confusing just as we navigate this. I'm going to move to withdraw the motion on the floor.
Okay. So for
Yes.
a moment, so
Why? We're withdrawing.
so we have a motion for reconsideration that was tabled by Councillor Dominato and seconded, I believe, by Councillor Kirby-Young. We don't. Oh, it's Councillor Zhou. So now we have a.
Can I
I'm just going to advance.
Can I speak?
Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I support withdrawing the reconsideration because I think the intention around this was to acknowledge that council simply does not have enough time to complete all of the business, and we're trying to look at items that have not yet officially commenced public hearing. Ironic that this is taking us a fair bit of time on this procedural wrangling when we have such full dockets. But if we withdraw the consideration, then we still are facing and more public hearings and more speakers than we have hours to actually complete with the time available. And we are back at square one in terms of trying to address that issue while still procedurally ensuring this item is appropriately dealt with. So I'm not sure I'm following that logic. Thanks.
Okay, so Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, if I may, Chair, could I ask a question through you to the mover of the withdrawal? Is that possible?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Just wanting to understand the intention behind withdrawing the reconsideration motion.
I'll do my best, Chair. I thought it was cleaner and clearer to move to have it referred to a specific public hearing in the future, is the rationale.
Mm-hmm. In order to do that, is it necessary to withdraw the reconsideration motion, though? That's what I'm not clear on. I guess it's not really a question for you. I think it's more for staff.
Well, I suppose, I mean, I could answer the question, but staff probably can too, is I suppose you could move reconsideration and instead of, you could refer it to staff or you could refer it to a future public hearing, which staff said would be November, December, which would then preclude people from speaking on the item because it would be referred to public hearing. There's two different outcomes, right? You refer it back to staff and people are free to speak during the election on the topic. You refer it to a public hearing date, whether you use reconsideration as a tool or not. If it's referred to public hearing, regardless of the method, then no one can, from council elected, can speak on the matter.
Understood.
Is that a fair?
Yes, that helps.
But.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's it. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Okay. Just a moment. That's on the floor. No, it has been seconded by Councillor Zhou. Reconsideration. No, withdrawal? Sorry.
Chair. Here, maybe I can help. Can you just confirm? I did not hear a seconder for the withdrawal. Is that correct? So if the withdrawal has not been seconded, then it is not on the floor. You can't call the question. Council can't debate it. If it doesn't get a seconder, it dies. So can you confirm procedurally that is correct, please?
Clerk, that is the case.
That is where we are.
That
at
is
this-
correct.
So that is where we are at this moment. So you need to rule at this point, Chair.
Okay, so you do not have a,
Second.
Councillor Maloney has,
Can you stop my timer, please?
yep. Yeah, okay, we're going to call the vote on withdrawing the reconsideration. Okay, so we have one more. So it fails. Fails. That was a tie with Councillor Klassen, Kirby Young, Montague, Meisner, and Orr in opposition of needs to be a unanimous vote. So that's clear. Thanks very much. Okay. That was for the withdrawal. So now we still have the vote to reconsider on the floor. We have a mover and a seconder. And so we can call that vote. Yeah. Councillor Kirby Young?
Because I know this is complex, can I ask that before each vote, can you please just recap or have staff recap what we're actually voting on, what the implication is? So
Yes.
councillors are clear, please.
Absolutely. Clerk, can you just sort of help?
And can we see something on this on the screen so that we know what it is that we're voting on and what the implications are, please?
So the motion on the floor is to reconsider referral report 1, CD1 rezoning 111 East 5th Avenue and 2060 Quebec Street, the decision from July 14th. We'll put that on the screen.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Okay, we're just getting put on the screen and then we will vote on the reconsideration. Okay.
Point of procedure, does this vote need to be unanimous? Somebody just said that. I don't know.
Clerk?
To reconsider a decision is a majority vote in the procedure bylaw 8.13.
Okay, so we have it on the screen now? All right, so we have a motion on the floor to reconsider RR1 CD1 rezoning 111 East 5th Avenue and 2860 Quebec Street. I'm reading it from too far away. It's probably right in front of me. 2060 Quebec Street. Okay. Okay. Councillor Kirby Young? Okay, so to advance you, Councillor Fry.
All right, to be 100% clear then, this reconsider, are we voting to reconsider and then the recommendations, or are we voting on the recommendations as presented?
The vote right now is just to reconsider the decision from July 14th.
And
And then there will be a second vote or whatever
the recommendations from
the
July 14th.
recommendations, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So are we ready to vote now? We will now vote on the vote to reconsider this item. So clerk, please take us to the voting panel. Okay, so that passes with all present. So now we go back to, okay. So now the question is what to do with this business, this item. Is that correct, clerk? All right, so there was some discussion of referral, but I'm not entirely sure. Is that what, is there a motion from the floor on that, to that effect? Councillor Fry, you're on the queue. Do you want to continue to speak? Councillor Montague?
Yeah, Chair, I'm happy. I've been listening intently to the very confusing topic, but happy to refer this to staff. And I could probably put it in an email if need be.
Okay, so we'll give you a couple of minutes. Is that fine?
2 minutes would be great.
Okay, so we're going to recess for 2 minutes just to try and get Councillor Montague's motion in. Okay, I'll just make sure we have. Okay, folks. All right, so Councillor Montague, I'm going to start your clock again and your microphone.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Chair. I won't need much time. I think this solves the issue that we're trying to solve, and that's trying to get council time to do council business.
Okay, thanks. Clerk, can we put the motion up on the screen? It's up on the screen right now. Fantastic. Can I get a seconder for this referral? Councillor Orr, seconded. Okay, any further discussion on this, council? All right, let's call the vote. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
It's a point of clarification, Chair, through you to staff. What does for further consultation with the public mean?
Thank you for the question. So we would look to our toolbox of engagement opportunities, Shape Your City, Q&A, and the like. So we could certainly undertake additional consultation on the proposal. I think just for clarity as well, given the election period and our corporate directions, we're not intended to do public engagement between the period of August till the election. So our engagement timeline would probably be deferred to after that, some point in November, December, which would put this into at least a Q1 back to council. Just for clarity.
Q1 of 2027. Okay. And councillors are not precluded then from speaking about it?
So this would be an active application at this point. So our normal protocols and advice are just to continue to keep an open mind on the project and not form opinions until the public hearing. But otherwise, you're able to speak with constituents and the applicant as well.
Okay. So we can receive information, but we shouldn't be making value statements. We should just be keeping an open mind and not taking positions.
Agreed. And thank you for that clarity. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's clear.
Thanks very much, Councillor. Thanks, staff. That seems very clear to us. All right, so we have the motion to refer. Clerk, please take us to the voting panel. Councillor Bly. Okay, so that passes unanimously with all present. Thanks very much. Okay, very good. All right. So please, I'm going to go back. I'm going to stay on the main queue because I know we had people on the question queue. I can leave this here. I'll just advance through the question because I think people got on for new business items. So Councillor Dominato, any other new business? You had your two motions addressed.
No, I have inquiries and other matters. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Meisner.
I'm done. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Bly.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I have a new business item and I'm hoping that we can hear it as part of urgent business, given it's the last chance ahead of September to have council provide any direction. Just to be clear, I had planned to call notice and have this heard at the last meeting. And it's related to the From the Ground, which is... Yeah.
Councillor, I'm going to put you over to the main queue and then I'll add you. Okay. One moment.
Great, thanks.
Okay, go right ahead. And clerk, maybe we can get the motion put up on the screen. Thanks very much. Go right ahead, Councillor.
Sure, great, thank you. So the Federation of Canadian Municipalities has launched From the Ground, which is an initiative to support municipalities in identifying publicly owned land with the potential to advance non-market housing. The opportunity here is to join a number of municipalities across the country of all sizes, big cities as well as smaller communities, to submit as a portfolio to Build Canada Homes. I recognize that our staff are working on other sites as well, which, given the need in our city, is incredibly important. And we're well positioned to follow a few channels that lead into Build Canada Homes to make sure that we're able to maximize the investment in non-market housing to the city at a time when we have land, and working in conjunction with other municipalities gives us a much stronger platform to advocate for this funding. And I will just mention as well, there was significant conversation at the Metro Regional Planning Committee with interest from other mayors in our region. So even that in itself, so the motion itself is asking staff to provide a memo to council in advance of the submission date, which is September 30th, for From the Ground. And apologies for the edits. It said From the Ground Up, and I just want to be very clear, it's From the Ground. So there's nothing else that's changed with the motion other than that one word, if you're looking for what's been changed. And so the first resolution essentially identifies that in the date, of course, being September 30th, and that council directs staff to prepare and submit to FCM with this initiative before that date. And it does not bind us legally. It simply ensures that Vancouver is working in collaboration and in partnership with other municipalities. And of course, our national body, FCM, directly. And in conversation, the last thing I'll say about this, in conversation with Anna Bailao and others at FCM in Edmonton as part of the Big City Mayor's Caucus meeting, it was very clear that this was an important next step to make sure that the entity itself, Build Canada Homes, separate from the governing, from the government, from the federal government, but Build Canada Homes can be empowered to really start to get things rolling in terms of working directly with the municipalities to get housing money into our cities. So that's it. It's not overly, I hope, contentious, and given the constraints around dates, this will be discussed and debated and decided on at this meeting today. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. I just have a point of information through you to Councillor Bly, just with respect to, I'm familiar with the municipalities and mayors joining on. And what I was curious about is in participating and identifying a underutilized piece of land that could be included in FCM's inventory, what I was trying to get my head wrapped around is how does that translate into an action, an output, an outcome ultimately, but that's the piece that's not clear for me, is the benefit ultimately and how it maybe positions us better. Or is it part of a submission federally? Anyways, that's the piece I'm looking for. I just wasn't clear about after having reviewed the materials, including FCM's materials.
Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate the question. It would be a joint submission at that point, and it's an opportunity for FCM to, as they have direct meetings essentially with this office in particular, with its leadership. It's an opportunity for, should the CEO of Build Canada Homes say, okay, well, who do you have, right now that's interested in participating? We want to make sure Vancouver's name is on that list. And while, as I say, our staff are, of course, doing the important work of following multiple channels, I think it would be amiss if Vancouver wasn't named as part of the broader municipal portfolio that is exactly, and as you know, as a director of FCM, the value of this national organization is to take the many thousands of municipalities and be able to share information and then succinctly provide a submission on behalf of all of us. We do this whether it's talking about bail reform, we do this whether it's talking about infrastructure demands and funding, and now we're doing this as a collective of municipal governments across this country, local governments across this country, as a submission to Build Canada Homes.
Thank you very much. That helps.
Thanks, Councillor. I need a seconder for this motion.
Second.
Second by Councillor Dominato. Okay. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, I was on the queue to second, actually.
Oh, okay. Very good. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I have a point of procedure. Can you just clarify the procedural step of where we should be at with respects to a request for an item of urgent business? It was just automatically seconded and put on the floor. Can you confirm, Chair, if it requires a vote of council or a ruling of the chair? For an urgent item of business, please. I'm looking at the procedure bylaw and I'm just looking for clarification. My time is going.
Okay. Clerk, do you want to just repeat that?
Can you pause? Can I either get an answer or pause my timer, please?
If it was called at the time when the motion was put on the floor, for it to be ruled on by the chair, whether or not it's urgent or not, but it wasn't. It was moved and seconded. And there was,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. All right. So I'm going to call the vote on this motion. Okay, that passes with all in support of all present. Okay, just going back to this queue, Councillor Bly, is that it for now?
Yes, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thanks very
I
much.
do appreciate that.
Okay, Councillor Fry?
Yeah, I have 3 separate motions that I'd like to introduce as new business. I'll send them in right
Why
now.
don't we do the first one at a time, and then I'll go on to put you on the main queue. Sorry, I got a point of order here.
Yes, we've only done item number 1, which is LOAs.
Okay, all right, I'm going to put you on the main queue, Councillor Fry, and we'll just put you on there and advance you. You want to just
Yeah, so I'm submitting, I have 3 motions to submit under new business per procedure bylaw 9.4. I just sent this first one in, and I will send the others additionally, but I'll just introduce this first one while I have the floor.
And I'm just going to, sorry, Councilor, I'm going to second that motion. Thank you.
Yeah, and I was going to say it's...
I don't think that councillors can be seconding things or dealing with it if we don't have it. It's literally just coming into the inbox, and that provides no procedural reasonableness to determine if something is appropriately new business or not. So for us to put something on the floor before councillors even have a chance to see it, I think does not pass the test for reasonable procedural process.
Chair, is that a point of order, just to make sure everyone can follow along? I didn't hear a procedure bylaw.
I did say that.
It was a point of order, and so...
I didn't hear a section of the procedure bylaw be quoted.
Okay, so was the point of order regarding the seconding of the motion?
The rule of good governance, as noted in the procedure bylaw, and introducing a motion.
Or if this meets the bar of an urgent motion. I'm not sure what the...
Just to be clear, Chair, this is new business, not...
We're under
not an
new
urgent
business
motion.
now, Chair.
Yeah.
I'm asking on a point of procedure, and if not, then I will not participate in this meeting if I do not have a chance to see materials and vote on them appropriately. And I will register my objection and leave the meeting.
Chair, I believe they'd have to cite a number if they're calling a point of order.
I did say we're pursuant to the section on good governance and introducing motions, moving member motions, which is, you've got a whole bunch of them, is new business 9.4. And if not, I'm just going to call notice. Otherwise, I will not participate on something that I have not seen. So I'm just going to call notice pursuant to, thank you for the section, Councillor Fry, pursuant to section 9.4A. I'm going to call notice if we're not allowed to see them.
Chair, I'm happy
Sure,
to
if I may, since I still have the
I
floor.
believe when notice has been called, Councillor Bly, and I have the floor and I'm on the queue, you do not. And I believe when notice has been called, then it automatically goes to the next meeting.
So, if I may.
It was seconded. I seconded the motion, just to be clear about that.
So as we've established, we can't move these to the next term standing committee. So either this is a matter of incompatible with the procedure bylaw under good governance, or it would have to be presumably referred to the standing committee meeting of July 28th.
It is council on July 28th, Chair. Do you need a recess? Because I'm not getting answers
I'd like
to my
recess.
procedural questions. There is no meeting happening. It is not being chaired. Councillors are jumping in, and I'm still waiting for answers.
I believe we have not, we've only recessed the standing committee meeting that we had from July 15th.
No, we've canceled it, Councillor Fry, but we have a free-for-all.
No, the standing committee meeting from July 15th is still open, actually.
On a point of personal privilege, I cannot follow the Do I can interrupt? Is it a point of order?
We are going to take a recess. Thank you. quorum here. Notice was called on that motion. So on new business item 1 from Councillor Fry. So Councillor Fry, you still have the floor here. I'm going to start your timer. You said you were going to table a second one.
Oh, thank you. So notice was called. Now what does that mean? So I feel that this is, I submit that this is where we get into conflict with 9.4 of the procedure bylaw. If indeed there has been a cancellation of future standing committees. I do recognize that we do have the standing committee from July 15th that is still open, and it was only recessed. It was not completed or closed out. Is your suggestion that this is, by calling notice, this is referred to July 28th?
It would be referred to, no, July 28th is not a standing committee meeting. It would be referred to a future date, November.
So I submit that that's, we just established that that's not permissible with the earlier item with the data center to refer this to a future council. So how could, I will submit that calling notice on a motion under the, a new business is the opportunity for us to submit motions that don't proceed to hear speakers.
Yeah.
And that is established under our procedure bylaw by 9.4. So in effect, I think your ruling would actually be out of order to suggest that it goes to another council. I do submit that we do actually still have the standing committee open that was from July 15th that was not adjourned. It was recessed, as you may recall.
Go ahead, clerk.
The July 15th standing committee meeting was adjourned. It was completed.
It was not. We ran out the clock at 10 o'clock.
So there was no motion to extend. What we have in our minutes is that there was no motion to extend. So everything on that agenda would go over to the July 28th council meeting agenda as unfinished business.
Okay. Right. So Councillor, you've notice is called on that motion. So I would ask you to, if you have any other item of business, new business.
The motion was,
I'm going to challenge the chair on this ruling, actually. I don't believe you can refer this to a future council. And so the act of calling notice on a motion that is submitted on new business for this council's consideration, I do readily agree that we can't have speakers to this.
Okay, there is a future meeting in November, and that's when it could be referred to that date. Again, we could get a ruling from the city clerk, but at the end of the day, when notice is called, it is to go to a future meeting.
Of a different council? Is that your submission?
Sorry?
Of a different council?
I guess that would have to be the case, given that there's the schedule right now does not allow for another standing committee meeting between now and October 17th.
Yeah, I'm gonna challenge this here. I don't think this is a correct ruling at all. So if I need to walk through this, but the normal standing committee process is to submit as new business. We can enter motions. They can be debated by council. We can't hear speakers. They can be referred by calling notice, but in this case, we've established per the earlier conversation around the data center that we can't punt this to a future council.
So my ruling stands. You said if you want to challenge it, you can, but at the end of the day, when notice is called, it's to the next meeting. The next meeting is in November.
Okay, well, I challenge the chair.
Okay. So we have a challenge to the chair, so we'll call a vote.
second.
Okay. And so we'll have to challenge the ruling of the chair, so we just need to call the vote on that one. So to be clear, if you are support the challenge, you would vote yay, and that would challenge my ruling. Or if you vote in opposition, that would support my ruling. So I'll call a show of hands. All those in favor say yay on the challenge. But we'll do a recorded
We get a
vote.
record.
We'll do a recorded vote. That's fine. Clerk, put a voting panel. Yeah, so Councillor Fry challenged the chair, so you would support that challenge with a vote in affirmative or a vote in opposition if you do not support that. Okay, so the challenge fails. So we're back to so that ruling stands. So now we, Councillor Fry, you've been on the queue for a long time here, so I'm going to just advance. Councillor Kirby-Young.
No, I'm good.
Okay. Councillor Dominato.
My item, yes, Chair, I have a point of parliamentary procedure.
Yep.
And it was just with respect to point 9.4, I guess it would be C and D, is when do they consider debate to, actually forget it. I'm not going to go through, it's going to waste our time here. I'll just take.
Councillor Meisner.
Yes, Chair. Sorry, I forgot to do this earlier. It's a new business item. It's a LOA on behalf of Mayor Sim. I sent it to the clerks.
Okay.
No, we're in new business. We are in new business or amendment?
We're still in new business on the main queue right now. We're on the main queue. Okay. 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 I'll advance Councillor Zhou.
Oh, yeah, thanks, Chair. So just a leave of absence request for Thursday, July 23rd, 10:30 to 12:30 p.m. That's for myself for civic business. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Should we put that on the screen? Okay.
Chair, I don't know if there's a speaking queue to this motion, but I have a question.
Yeah, we have a leave of absence request. Is that with its
Yeah,
regard?
that's what it's about.
Okay. So first of all, can I get a seconder for the council? Okay, seconded by Councillor Meisner. Go ahead. Is this a? I'm sure.
Yeah, I just have a question because I think there's been some questions around quorum for Thursday's meeting, and I think it's important to clarify for the public what is happening. And I know that I
Councillor, I
also
thought it
have.
was. Sorry, we haven't. We've got a queue here. If you would like to speak to this item, so I'll go through the queue on if we want to discuss the leave of absence.
I do. Thank you.
Okay. So. Right. Yeah, we'll go in the main queue here. I'll advance you, Councillor Black. Go ahead.
Great, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm always happy to support when people need LOAs, but I just think for clarity with the public, and we heard from our clerk, I think yesterday, around an issue with quorum for tomorrow. I know I have a leave of absence for an STM executive meeting. I'm not sure what else is happening, but it seems to me we won't have quorum. And I wonder, just given this, before I can vote on it, I need to know the implications in terms of what happens to Thursday's meeting.
Okay, so we have staff here to respond to the question. Andrew, go ahead.
Hello, thank you, Chair. Andrew Aguilar, Deputy City Clerk. On the 23rd, we currently have the public hearing from the 16th has been referred to 9:30 in the morning. We will have quorum at 9:30 until 10:30. At 10:30, prior to the LOA, I think we would have had 6, but I think there's 2 LOAs before us that would bring us down to 5. So what we propose is that the public hearing would convene at 9:30, proceed until 10:30. Council would then have to recess until 1 p.m. and then could convene the public hearing again once it had quorum.
Okay, thanks very much. Does that answer your question, Councillor Bly?
Yeah, I just want to get clarification on how we manage speakers, because obviously speakers will be prepared to speak and then there'll be a break of 3 or 4 hours for some unknown reason in the middle of the day related to quorum. So can we get clarification on how this will be communicated to speakers?
You again, Andrew Aguilar. The speaker list, what would happen, the recess would be conveyed on X and Threads on our public chat, and we could also send an email out to speakers to confirm. Speakers are notified typically half an hour before their speaking slots, so those who are notified will be advised that to not be ready, and we won't be sending notification emails until it has reconvened.
Okay, well, I will just say, and I appreciate these processes can sometimes be challenging. Again, not too sure what else is going on in the city, but I'm not going to vote in support. If it means we lose quorum and we lose 4 hours when we've got 1,000 speakers to various items between now and the end of next week, and we even eliminated our last standing committee meeting on the premise and the rationale that we didn't have time to have that meeting because we had to prioritize listening to speakers. It's not personal at all, Councillor Joe, and I'm not sure it'll make much of a difference, but I will have to vote against because I'm not comfortable approving LOAs that will mean that for certain we will not have quorum and we'll be delaying our meeting by what appears to be at least 3 hours, maybe 4. And I just wanted to make that very clear, and I'm going to ask for a recorded vote. Thank you.
Councillor Orr on the motion?
No.
Councillor Fry on the motion?
I think this is
Councillor Joe?
No, I don't know what's.
Okay, Councillor Maloney on the motion?
I'd like to move an amendment to the motion to withdraw my leave of absence for that morning.
That would be a separate motion. That'd be a separate motion.
Okay, I'll happily do.
Councillor Kirby-Young on the motion?
I'm at.
I would say that.
Yeah, I think I'm flabbergasted given. I think it's best that I not comment. Thank you.
Very good. Thanks very much. Okay, so we'll call the vote on the motion. We're going to do a recorded vote on this one. This is for the LOA on the screen for, sorry. All right, she is? No, she's not. Okay. Okay. So this is for Councillor Joe's. Okay, very good. So that passes with Councillors Bly, Fry in opposition, Councillor Maloney abstaining. Okay, so actually I've got too many cues going here. Councillor Maloney, I'm just gonna get you to put yourself back on the question queue. Councillor Joe, any other items?
I'm good. I'm just frustrated.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Orr? Okay, Councillor Orr.
Yeah, I'd like to submit an item of new business.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a motion called enacting.
Okay, that notice has been called on that motion. Okay.
And point of information, when would that go to? Which meeting would that go to?
So just to clarify again, that will be that motion will be tabled at a future council meeting.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks very much. Any other items?
Yeah, I have another motion of new business.
What was the title again? I think I heard you say it.
That one was enacting the universal tenants. What? I'm just redoing the title, you guys.
Okay, so
I'm just repeating the title.
Okay, that's fine. Same one?
Yeah.
Same one. Okay. Okay, thank you. So we got that.
Do you have it? Do you want the title again? You've got the title? Okay.
Sorry, we just
New business.
Okay.
Item 2, responsible and accountable use of artificial intelligence at the City of Vancouver.
Okay, so that will be referred to a future council meeting.
Amazing.
Use of artificial intelligence. That was typed, right? Yeah, got it. Okay. Okay. Councilor, I'll advance you. Councilor Meisner.
I think Councillor Orr had more motions.
Oh, you did? Okay. I
I'm
was sitting
happy
there
to
waiting
wait.
for something. Okay. One moment. I'll just add you here. Put you on there and I'll advance. I'll give you the floor again. Go right ahead.
Thanks. A motion titled Expanding Vancouver's Circular Economy Through Public Infrastructure.
Okay. That will be referred to a future public meeting. Okay.
Thanks. I have a motion to introduce as new business, a motion titled Defending Vancouver's Local Economy and Coastal Waters from the Proposed West Coast Pipeline Expansion.
Okay. That item will be referred to a future public meeting. Okay.
I'm still going. I have a motion to submit for new business, using major events tax revenue to support hotel. I haven't finished even doing the title, so using major events tax revenue to support hotel workers affected by the FIFA World Cup.
Notice. Okay. That item will be referred to a future council meeting or standing committee meeting. Okay. Any other items, Councillor?
No.
Okay. Thanks very much. Councillor Fry. Oh, sorry, Councillor Meisner. I'm going to put you back on there. A moment. Okay, go right ahead.
Okay, thanks so much. I know there's a lot going on, so no worries. This is on behalf of Mayor Sim, LOA request for Thursday, July 23rd from 9:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. for civic business. Again, that's on behalf of Mayor Sim.
Okay, thanks very much. I'm just going to add. Okay. 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 Can we just get that on the screen? A seconder?
Chair, can we get again, follow up? Because I think this is another LOA for the 23rd. Does this mean that we lose quorum on the 23rd and the meeting is canceled?
From the looks of things, again, go ahead, staff will respond to that.
Thank you. Andrew Aguilar, Deputy City Clerk. Again, we will have quorum at 9:30 a.m. At 9:30 a.m., if this leave of absence is approved, Mayor Sim would be the only person away at 9:30 a.m. At 10:30, if this is approved, we would then drop down to, I think we'd have 7 approved LOAs until 12:30, and then at 1 p.m. again we would have quorum. So if we recessed over that period, we'd be able to continue the meeting. The public hearing only requires that we start it within 30 minutes of the time for which it's been scheduled.
So just for clarity, then we will have public hearing from 9:30 to 10:30, and then a break until 1:30.
Until 1 o'clock, I believe.
1 o'clock. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to call the vote on this.
Chair, there is a queue.
Okay. Councillor Fry?
Oh, I just said my...
Sorry, we should be on the main queue for that one. Sorry. Okay. If you'd like to speak to this motion, put yourself on the queue, please. Councillor Bly.
Yeah, thanks very much. Can I just get clarification from our staff that with Councillor Maloney generously foregoing her LOA, but if we approve this one, we'll go back to not having, I just need to be very clear that we will not have quorum and the meeting will have to be postponed until later in the afternoon. Chair?
Can I get a clarification from, okay, go ahead, staff.
Thank you. So without the approval of this, we will currently have 6 approved leaves of absences from 10:30 that cover the time period of 10:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. If we withdraw one of the leaves of absences, then there would be 5 approved, so we would technically have quorum. However, if this leave of absence is approved, it would again be 6, and then we would not have quorum.
Okay. Again, it's an unfortunate situation. Again, I don't know any of the context, but for the same rationale, I couldn't support the previous one. Any LOAs that drop us into not having quorum, that's why we vote on these things for this exact purpose, so we can determine whether or not we should be canceling. And given the volume of work we've got, and again, the rationale for eliminating that committee meeting was on the pure basis of of needing every hour we can get. I just don't think we can afford 3 hours on Thursday for whatever's going on at civic business that is pulling 7 of our members away from council.
Chair, can I have questions? Let's
I'm not.
let's just vote.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
This is my time. This is my time, Councillor. That
Can we
I
call,
can't.
question anytime, really?
It's okay, Chair. I've made my
Point of
point. I
personal
won't be supporting.
privilege.
And can we get a recorded vote, please?
Point of personal privilege. It's extremely difficult to listen to Councillor Bly speaking when there are loud conversations going on the other side of the room. So
Thanks.
I'd appreciate it, Chair, if you could direct
Everybody
councillors
just
not to
focus
have
on
loud
the
conversations.
items. Thank you very much, Councillor. If everybody could just focus on the items in front of us, and we have the vote. So I'm calling the vote on this leave of absence request, which is moved by Councillor Meisner and seconded by Councillor Joe. Okay, so that passes with Councillors Bly, Fry, and Maloney in opposition. Clerk, just for my own curiosity, is there a standing list of all current leave of absence requests that could be made available, circulated to council? So all requests by council between now and July 31st?
Yes, we can circulate that after the meeting.
Very much. I'd like that. Okay, so back to the question queue here. Councillor Fry.
I think this was on the main queue, not a question queue.
Question queue is any new business items and.
Oh, okay, sure, yeah. No, I will continue with new business. I do have a motion that I'm going to introduce as new business, and it's a follow-up to some standards of maintenance issues around moisture maintenance. So the motion is called Moisture Monitoring and Prevention Standards in Residential Rental Housing.
Okay, so notice has been called on that one, so that'll be referred to an upcoming standing committee meeting.
And I would remind the chair that the calling notice is reserved for just before the debate begins, not while the speaker is introducing the name of the motion.
I heard it after. And
I was actually talking and introducing the name of the motion, the title, and I think it's bad process to allow that kind of interruption.
Okay.
It is reserved per the procedure bylaw. Calling notice is reserved for before the debate begins, not talking over a councillor. I would appreciate if you could uphold that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I have another new business motion that I would like to introduce regarding recent decisions from the ruling majority council to abandon their pursuit of eliminating the park board. And so this motion to really address any kind of staff resources that are being dedicated towards the park board. And the motion is titled Rescinding the 2023 Council Direction Amendment to the Vancouver Charter to dissolve the Vancouver Park Board.
Notice has been called. That'll be referred to an upcoming standing committee meeting. Okay, Councillor Fry, anything else?
Nope.
Thanks very much. Councillor Maloney.
Thank you. I've just introduced a very quick motion to formally withdraw my leave of absence for Thursday morning. Thank you.
Okay, so clerk, can we just put that there before us, and we could probably just have a simple show of hands on that one. That's okay. Seconded by Councillor Kirby-Young. Can we just read it aloud? That should be fine. Or on the screen. Thanks very much. And it was seconded by Councillor Kirby-Young. Okay, great stuff. Okay. All right. So a show of hands. All those in favor? Any opposed? So that carries. Thanks very much. Sorry, Councillor, I took you off the queue. Any other items for you? You just said it was the one item. Thanks very much. Okay. Okay, so that concludes new business. And we're moving on to inquiries and other matters. Councillor, are there any inquiries or other matters? Councillor Dominato.
Yes, I have a couple of questions. And one is directed to the city staff to report back to, I know it would be through the park board, to council around the reservation system for the outdoor pools and any reconsideration of the model in place and to move towards a more flexible model. I'm hoping we could get a report back by memo on that. Would that be possible? Okay. Okay, thank you. On a bit of a lighter note, I just thought it would be nice to recognize some of the Vancouverites who recently received either promotions or new officer recognition within the Order of Canada, particularly in Vancouver. And so I wanted to note that our very own Christine Sinclair received a promotion within the Order to Companion, and everyone knows her as the international soccer legend. And I think many of us saw her recently as part of FIFA gatherings at BC Place. And so an incredible woman, incredible athlete. But also wanted to recognize others who got recognized in the Order of Canada for the first time. Known to, I think, everyone around this table, Christopher Gaze, a major arts leader in our community and known as the founding artistic director of Vancouver's Bard on the Beach Shakespeare Festival. Trevor Hurwitz. Trevor Hurwitz has had a transformative impact on the treatment of complex brain disordered. He's considered the founder of neuropsychiatry in BC and created the province's first programs in the discipline, which remain at the forefront nationwide. Robert Quartermain, who is an esteemed geologist and mining company executive, well recognized within that community, but he is also known as a very strong philanthropist and founded the ARC Foundation, was a founding trustee of the ARC Foundation, which supports 2S LGBTQI+ youth in our schools. And Lauren Siegel, also a respected business leader that many know within the community, has also been a strong advocate for mental health. And so I thought it'd be nice for us to recognize them in their new honor within the Order of Canada. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Okay, seeing no other items of inquiries or other matters, can I have a motion to adjourn? Councillor Kirby-Yung, seconded by Councillor Dominato. All those in favor? Any opposed? The meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.